Okay, thank you.
Well, I learned.
Mr. Rao, are you guys ready to go? Do you need Mr. Abate in here, or you've got the first witness?
First witness.
And it's your witness?
No.
Okay,
I can go step out if you need it.
that'd be great. I just want to get us on the record and talk about something. They're ready to go? Okay. They're what?
They were introducing themselves to each other.
Like they never met before? Okay. Hey, I'm a juror. Nice to meet you.
If you just step out, I can, if there's something that needs to be addressed, I can probably handle the first record.
All right. Well, let's get on the record. We are together on Wednesday, the 3rd of December for day 2 of the evidentiary portion of the trial of State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is here with his lawyers. Mr. Rao is here for the state. And I want to talk about Dr. Is it Raghi or Rogi? I don't want to get it wrong.
I know it is Brogy.
Brogy. Okay, Dr. Brogy. Yes, Brogy. So I have thought through this and thought through this. I did find a case out of California. It was the retrial of a death penalty case in which during the sentencing phase of the second trial, the defense wanted to call 2 jurors from the first trial who, since the first trial, had befriended the defendant, spent time with him in jail, not as in other inmates, but went and counseled this defendant, and they wanted to talk to the jury about how this person had rehabilitated himself. And the trial judge excluded it on 403 grounds. In California, it's called like Rule 352. It was basically 403. Went up to the Supreme Court, death penalty case, and the Supreme Court affirmed the trial judge's application of 403 to that situation, and went on to note that even though the defense attorneys, not during the trial, but on appeal, argued that there's a possible limiting instruction along the lines of telling jurors to give no greater weight to the testimony of the witness just because that person had been a juror before, the Supreme Court wasn't sure that that would have been enough, but didn't need to reach that because the judge made the decision that the judge did. I find that there are a couple reasons why it would not be appropriate for Dr. Brogy to testify. One is 403. My concern primarily is in the end, and the other is 606B, but in the end, for the defense to thoroughly explore Dr. Brogie's motive for testifying, his potential biases, et cetera, they would need to explore the fact that he had been a juror before. And that, I think, is a 403 issue, in that the undue prejudice substantially outweighs the probative value, because Dr. Brogie is not a witness who the day after trial happened to see, and I'm making this up, Mr. Poole driving, celebrating, and going 100 miles up the off-ramp, where he uniquely saw a set of facts that no one else saw. Dr. Brogie is only uniquely positioned in that he was a juror. He's not the only orthopedic surgeon in Atlanta, in Metro Atlanta, in Georgia. And so I don't find that he's the only person who could be brought to bear to talk about the kinds of things that are set forth in his conclusions. But because he was a juror, and Mr. Miller or Ms. Bird would be entitled to explore with Dr. Brogie his views during deliberations, and 606B prohibits that, but I think that the defendant's right to confront this witness would overcome that prohibition, which then gets into the whole policy space of jurors should never be forced to talk about what went on in deliberations. And one could argue Dr. Brogie is waiving that by coming in to testify, but in some ways it's not his to waive, especially if what the defense wanted to explore was, well, what were other jurors saying, and were they pushing back on what you had to say? And did you become something of a missionary in this space? And he'd reject that characterization, but you'd be free to characterize it that way and argue that to the jury. And then Dr. Brogie would necessarily be talking about what other jurors said, and they haven't waived their 606B rights, or the state hasn't waived them for them if they're waivable. There's really not case law on whose rights there are. The case law is about the policy behind 606B, which is that jurors should be free to talk about things the way they want to talk about them and never have to worry that they'll be asked to explain how things went down in the jury room and why, and what they might have said about the judge or a prosecutor or the defendant. And we necessarily, I believe, get into that space. And finally, and this is the other 403, so the one 403 concern is that we create a side circus. And mostly when people talk about 403, it's the undue prejudice that substantially outweighs the probative value. But there is also, if it's confusing or distraction to the jury, and I'm not saying we are retrying the case here, but Mr. Miller and Ms. Bird would be entitled to burrow pretty deeply into the deliberations. And that becomes, I believe, an unnecessary sideshow. But the bigger 403 factor is that I am concerned that lay jurors on this jury would say, here's a guy who heard all the evidence we did. He is a medical professional, and he is saying, in essence, my words, not his, Poole had to be in the driver's seat. Gosh, I don't really need to deliberate now because he heard everything I heard, and he's super smart in the space that matters of the nature of the injuries, et cetera. And so this is really what decides the case for me. This is clearly probative, and I need to weigh that. And it has to be substantially outweighed by that undue prejudice and or risk of confusion. I am, in my calculus, lessening the probative value in this sense. Dr. Brogie isn't the only person who could do this. There are other doctors, I am convinced, that the state could have found once Dr. Brogie said, let me tell you, having looked at the medical records or heard the evidence, Poole's injuries are totally consistent with having been the driver and maybe the guy found in the backseat. They're not consistent, whatever his conclusions were. Hopefully, they're not so far out to left field that there'd be other doctors who could say it. And it's because there are replacements out there at Grady, at Piedmont, at Northside, pick your local hospital, who don't have that additional layer of complexity, prejudice, et cetera, that I find that Dr. Brogie's, the probative value of his testimony is lessened because it's not unique. Again, I go back to my original, if he was the only person who had seen Mr. Poole speeding away after the trial was over, going up, running from the police, going up exit 2 on 400, he's the only guy who could talk about that. And so the probative value would be profound. There's no substitute, but there are substitutes for Dr. Broggie. And so I think that we improperly through 403 introduce undue prejudice to the extent that it substantially outweighs the probative value. And it's a two-barreled answer here. It also would create sufficient confusion for the jury by getting into, wait, this previous trial, and he was on the side to convict. And I think either side would be able to ask him, and what were the numbers? Was it 10-2 to convict? Oh my gosh, most people were going to convict. Again, nothing that this jury ought to know about or ought to be thinking about. And I don't believe any limiting instruction I could give. It's sort of like when I was telling them with a mistrial. If I tell them you need to disregard what you just heard, and it was someone saying, Mr. Poole told me he was the driver, and for whatever reason that was inadmissible, they're not going to forget that someone said that. And we'd have a mistrial because you can't unring that bell. And I don't think a limiting instruction from me saying, but don't worry about that Dr. Broggie said it was 10-2 to convict. Don't worry about the fact that he was a juror. You need to think about his testimony solely as the medical professional who says the injuries that Mr. Poole sustained were consistent with him being the driver of the car. That's my ruling. Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao, do you want to get anything on the record to preserve it in case this is something that gets challenged on appeal? Okay. Mr. Miller, anything you want to add? Okay. Mr. Abadi, Mr. Rao said the first witness is yours. Anything we need to talk about before?
No, it's just Captain Henderson.
We bring the jurors in? Okay. Mr. Miller, anything?
No.
Let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, the jury.
Oh, but you're screwed. Yeah.
Yes.
That means I'm sitting in the seat. It's gonna be us one. Okay, so good feeling.
Well, let's let the last juror get in before she there we go.
Sorry.
No apologies. It's all good.
I'll do it for the county court.
Thank you. Everyone can be seated. Hello, jurors. Happy Wednesday. No ice. None. It was cold. My dog made a very short walk. He did what he wanted to do and said, let's go home. But no ice. Thank you for being here on time. The lawyers and I worked through a couple things this morning, and we are ready to go with the state's next witness. Before we do that, are the monitors on? Okay, Deputy Gordon, are you able to?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Abadi, if you call your next witness, please.
State will call Captain Henderson.
You sit, not in the actual jury box, just in, perfect. That's great. Anywhere you want on one of those benches. No, I'm sorry. I was talking to two different people. Captain, you come on up. You sit in the hot box, not on one of those benches. Before you sit though, if you.
Right, we swear affirm that testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead, my seat. Can you state this lady name for the record?
Adolphus Henderson, ADOLPHUS, Henderson, HENDERSON, Jr., JR.
Say good morning, Captain Henderson.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a EMS captain for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department.
Can you lean towards the microphone a little bit or move your chair? It doesn't have wheels, so you don't roll off.
How about
Thank
now?
Better.
Good, great. EMS captain.
And can you tell the jurors how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Fire Department?
Approximately a little over 20 years.
Okay. And you said you are an EMS captain with Atlanta Fire?
Correct.
Over the years, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your background with the Atlanta Fire Department?
Well, I came on in 2005 as a firefighter. I got my paramedic in 2006. I got promoted to lieutenant in, I believe, around 2014 and to captain in 2018. I spent a little time in arson for about a year. I spent time in internal affairs as an investigator for about 2 years. I spent about 2 years at the airport as an airport firefighter. Then I was transferred back into the field in, I believe, around 2018, 2019. And I've been an EMS captain for about 2 years.
And can you explain to the jury in general, since you're now back in the field, a little bit about when your station, well, let's start with that. Where in the city of Atlanta is your fire station?
It's at Fire Station 3 in Buckhead. The same station I was working at on the day of the incident, but in a different capacity. I was an engine captain at that time.
And you said in Buckhead, can you describe to the jury where your station in Buckhead is?
It's at 800 Longleaf.
Where is 800? What's it in general?
It's right up under Phipps Plaza, the mall.
And can you tell the jurors back in April of 2021, your role at Station 3 was what?
Station captain.
And can you tell the jury as a station captain, what are some of your roles and responsibilities as the station captain?
My roles were to, supervise a range of firefighters from 3 to 7, oversee fire operations, EMS operations, station duties, station operations, respond to incidents from a range from hazmat, fires, EMS, any kind of hazardous incident within that jurisdiction of Station 3.
Okay. And when you say the jurisdiction of Station 3, when you or somebody from your fire station receives a call to go out to a scene, what area would you, does your station cover in the city of Atlanta?
A small portion of Buckhead, from, I would guess, Lenox down to Cheshire Bridge, maybe. It's really not in a full circle. I mean, the way they do our territory is kind of confusing for me to explain it to you.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when a call comes into your fire station 3, can you explain to the jury how you get that call, and then after the call, what are the first steps you and members of the team would take?
So once we receive a call, we receive an alert tone in the fire station. The dispatcher will briefly describe what kind of incident we're responding to. We'll proceed to the apparatus. We're done or put on the appropriate personal protective equipment, which is not necessary unless it's a fire. We'll proceed to the apparatus, go en route to the incident location, and then upon arrival, depending on what the situation is, we'll give a brief initial report of the incident.
And once you arrive to the scene and you get, I guess, a briefing, can you explain to the jurors, for example, if it involves a motor vehicle collision or crash and extrication is necessary, what are the first steps that your team would take, or members of the Atlanta Fire Department?
Well, when dispatch initially dispatches a entrapment call, once we arrive on scene, one of the first things the officer is responsible for doing is confirming whether it is actually an entrapment, because the response for an entrapment call requires more equipment than a regular accident. For a regular accident, just typically one engine. If it's on the street, if it's on the highway, it's going to be an engine and a truck, because the truck is going to block traffic while the engine takes care of the patient. So as it relates to this incident, once I got on scene, I saw an overturned vehicle. One person was ejected. Once I exited apparatus, I believe I saw one member from GSP flagging me down, which is always a bad sign when you see a law enforcement officer doing this really quickly. So once I made contact with the two other patients in the vehicle, I quickly determined that it is an entrapment, an actual entrapment call. And so the other responding equipment can go ahead and mentally prepare themselves for what we have to do once they arrive on scene.
Okay, so when you responded on April 9th of 2021, did you keep saying apparatus, is that the vehicle that the fire engine that you
Correct. Correct.
And how many people were on engines that left Station 3 and went to the area of Lennox Road or 400 exit?
To my knowledge, it was 3. I can't say without a doubt that it was 3, but minimum 3. I don't think I had 4 people with me that day.
And you said when you arrived, you did kind of your initial confirmation that the entrapment was actually, it was a real entrapment. What did you do after you made that determination?
Then I started to make assignments to the 2 personnel that I had. My sergeant, I was looking, it was a lot of fuel on the ground. So I had to determine whether I wanted to use the personnel that I had at my disposal to pull a hand line or to immediately start assessing the patients. But to my recollection, we went straight to assessing the patients.
Well, I guess I should have asked you this a second ago, so I apologize. When you say entrapment, can you tell the jurors in your line of work, what does that word mean to, an Atlanta fire?
Sure. So an entrapment would mean that the occupant of the vehicle cannot remove his or herself from the vehicle. And meaning that even with help, like opening the door, they're actually entangled in the vehicle, and it will require hydraulic tools to release them from the vehicle.
Okay. And you said if it's not a right way, and you confirm there's been traffic, you call additional, I guess, engines or trucks with those specific tools?
Well, the initial dispatch call came out as an entrapment.
Okay.
So just to reiterate, the reason they want us to confirm entrapment once we arrive on scene, because if we say there's no entrapment, they're going to cancel the balance of the call, and then just the initial engine will stay on scene.
Okay.
If I say there is a confirmed entrapment, that lets everybody know to continue emergency because there is an entrapment.
And you said you confirmed that there were two people trapped or in the vehicle,
Correct.
prior to the jurors. Where, based on your recollection, you saw people in the overturned vehicle?
Okay, sure. So the car was upside down. There was one male occupant halfway out of the front compartment window, and there was another male occupant sort of halfway out of the back window while the car was upside down.
Okay. And while on the scene, is your primary focus on both of the occupants who are trapped, or your other members work on one of the occupants and you work on another?
Well, as an officer, I'm kind of focusing on the overall big picture, and it's in a very high stress situation like that. It's important to allocate your human resources appropriately as they arrive on scene. So there were firefighters assigned to the patient that was in the front compartment and the patient that was in the back compartment, and there was additional firefighters assigned to actually the extrication part of the incident.
Okay. And tell the jurors, as it relates to what you just described, what role, I guess, did you play as it related to the person in the front compartment or the back compartment of the overturned vehicle?
So my primary focus was really on the patient in the front. So I was just overseeing the EMS operations, just watching over my crew as they were taking care of him, just making sure his medical status didn't decline from what it presently was. And I'm just seeing his face. It's kind of good to see him. So this call really bothered me a lot. That's why I remember it so well. But to answer your question, I was mainly really concerned about him. So go ahead.
When you say him, and you said it was good to see him, I want to ask this question. Do you recognize the person that you were providing or attempting to provide medical treatment and life-saving treatment to here in the courtroom today?
Yeah. It's kind of make me emotional seeing them. Like I actually shed tears about this call because they were young kids, and I was really, really worried about him. And I thought he was going to be blind because it was a lot of fuel, a lot of oil all over the place. He was trapped. He was in a lot of pain. His eyes was really glossy. They didn't have really much color to them. And I kept asking him, "Can you see me?" He was saying, "Yeah, I can see you," but which was amazing to me. And after the call, I was kind of trying to follow up and see what the status was. And I guess I got some misinformation because I didn't know that he was still alive, that he survived until you guys contacted me. I thought he was dead. I was told that he was dead. I thought all three of them died.
And you, just for the record purposes, you motion towards the table across the room. There's three people at that table. Can you describe where or what position is he to the far left, middle, or the right of that table?
You're welcome to stand up, sir. You don't have to, we got monitors all over the place.
I believe that's him in the middle.
Now, during your care that you were providing the defendant that night, can you tell the jurors, were you able to communicate and talk to them?
Repeat the question again.
Were you able to communicate and talk with the person who was trapped in the front of the car when you were providing your medical care, trying to keep him alive?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you could tell he was in pain. Tell me about that.
Well, he was grimacing a lot. Just looking at the overall mechanism of injury, it was just, in my experience, I can just tell that he was in shock. His body his mind really wasn't comprehending or shutting off the kind of pain that he actually should have been screaming, but he was in shock. But as the incident progressed, he started to show more signs of being in pain, asking us to hurry up, what's taking so long, because it took us a while to cut him out of the car.
And I know you present and observed the extraction or extrication, excuse me. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I know you didn't do it, but you've been with the City of Atlanta Fire Department for over 20 years. What does an extraction or extrication entail?
So there's a range of hydraulic tools that we use. Some of the names are called cutters, which are responsible for actually cutting the middle of a car or cutting certain points of a car. Then you have spreaders, which we use to, once it's cut, they use it to actually spread the middle apart. And so a number of ranges, a number of other equipment that we use that are responsible for stabilizing the equipment, but such as the vehicle, stabilizing the vehicle so it doesn't move while you're cutting on it. And it's a very complicated process when you're trying to remove flesh from metal that's wrapped around it. Just imagine if you got your hand caught in a shredder and now you have to take the shredder apart bit by bit without actually cutting the person while you do it. So that's why it takes a long time to cut someone out of a mangled vehicle.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, did the team who was working on the person you were tending to or giving medical care in the front part of the vehicle, were they able to successfully free him and extract it?
Yes.
And upon him being freed from the vehicle, can you tell the jurors, did Grady, EMS, or EMTs take over the medical care for the person you'd be caring for?
They did.
Were you on scene, present, when the person in the back was extracted?
I was.
And can you tell the jurors, at any point did you provide care to that individual?
Briefly, I think I remember assisting with his ventilations with a bag valve mask before I delegated that responsibility to someone else.
Can you tell the jury, were there a good number of firefighters in the City of Atlanta Police Department present and on the scene that early morning of April 9th, 2021?
Yes, but I can't tell you the exact number.
Okay. And I want to show you what already been entered into evidence. It states that 141, and I just want to show you a screenshot or a video pause in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Quickly. So for the record, it's positive 2 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm not going to hit play. I just want the scene that you see where this video is paused for 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Is this the scene that you described that you responded to on April 9th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And can you generally, do you see in states of 141, the blue and the red kind of wire, the lines that you can see kind of leading towards the front of that vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors generally where would you have been as it related to your role that you described on the scene in this version of States 141?
Well, I would have been to the right of the blue line. I'm not sure what phase in the incident when this picture was taken, because my helmet is red, and I see 2 red helmets, and I can't really make out the individual that's in the back. I don't know if that's me standing on the other side of the vehicle or what.
Right. And I guess you can touch. Generally, I guess will you circle the area where you were focused, during the care on April 9th or
Well, from this angle, is it possible for me to see all sides of the vehicle? Because it's kind of hard to say.
I don't think this particular camera angle, this is a police officer who's stationary the whole time. And so there may be other things that Mr. Body can find, but this particular video is the body cam of a guy who doesn't move the whole time. We've watched it.
Right.
You and your colleagues are moving around, but he is standing still, staying out of your way.
Okay. So in order to better answer your question, counsel, I need to see where the patients are. I need to see whether because I cannot see the patients in this
I
picture.
think some photos are coming your way.
That will give me a better demographic of how the vehicle is positioned.
I'm gonna just play for a second. Well, we'll have you look at the state of this 3 through 6. And it was.
Actually, this looks more familiar.
Do you recognize, the photographs are contained in states exhibits 3 through 6, sir?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I recognize these.
And, the photograph contained in states exhibits 3 through 6, do they fairly accurately depict, the vehicle you described and the scene you, described when you, responded to provide care on April 9th, 2021?
Yes.
This time out of the state of tender with the state exhibits 3 through 6 in Devon.
No objections.
They're admitted.
This picture is better for the question that you asked me earlier.
What number is that one?
I think there was, let's see, what?
He's going to tell us.
All right, you see states exhibit 5?
Objection, Your Honor. Can you unpublish it? Thank you.
You see states exhibit 5?
Yes.
And, the on states exhibit 5, can you kind of circle with the jury, I guess, where you would have, the person you would have been focused on, would have been located, that you described that you provided care to?
I believe he was, is it let me circle?
Is it showing up on the screen? No, it'll take a minute for us to see it. Is it showing up on your screen?
No, it's not.
All right, so tap the screen. And there's I'm gonna let. No, now you're gonna
Okay.
break it.
Gotcha.
Okay, now try.
Here we go, in this area.
Now, Captain Henderson, real quickly, how long do you believe, you and your team, were out there, that early morning?
It felt like we were out there at least over 45 minutes.
And, you said you've been with the fire department for over 20 years. Would you, characterize this as a pretty, complicated, extraction?
Yes, very complicated.
Yeah. Nothing good.
Mr. Miller, questions for Captain Henderson?
Good morning, Captain Henderson.
Good morning. Thank you.
You said you've been with fire for over 20 years, is that correct?
Correct.
You've worked in the capacity as a firefighter since '05, is that also correct?
Sure. Correct.
And then paramedic since '06.
Correct.
Correct. And during that time period, you've responded to a number of car crashes, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any estimate of how many crashes that you responded to?
No.
Thousands.
Yes.
And this one is significant to you, correct?
Yes.
And so your memory off of this one is not necessarily coming from, you did not write a report, correct?
I did write a report, but at the time, we used a different reporting system, Embers. We use Operative IQ, image strand now. So I don't know if that report was accessible, but there was an incident report on this.
Have you seen that report?
No,
Before you came here to testify, did anyone show you that report?
no.
Okay. We saw you get, I would characterize it as emotional, but happy to see Mr. Poole still alive. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes. It was emotion. Yeah.
And that's because, would it be because of, based off the injuries that you saw, you didn't believe that he would still be here today?
Correct.
Now you stated that, his body was in a state of shock. Can you describe to us, what do you mean by it was in a state of shock?
What I mean is, if an individual is involved in a vehicle crash at a high rate of speed, the car flips over, he's entangled and mangled inside the car. I can tell that his lower, in my mind, I can only see him from the waist up. Everything else is mangled in the truck. I mean, in the vehicle, and he's not making much noise at all, and he's really quiet, which is a bad sign. You know, in any other circumstance, a person would be screaming out of their mind. So that was a good indication that he's in shock.
Okay, now a person that is in shock, that individual may be responding, but they're not comprehending exactly what's going on. Is that fair to say?
Well, he understood what's going on, but he's not to the level where he can score 100 on the math quiz.
That you wouldn't have that individual signing the
No.
will. would you?
No.
You stated that the door, you talked about some hydraulics that the fire uses, correct?
Correct.
Were the doors in a position where you could not pull them open with using a door handle?
I would have to look at the picture again, but from what I can recall, he wasn't the car was in a position where he couldn't be moved at all, not even an inch without hydraulic equipment.
So as such, the need for cutting tools and things of that nature were needed in order to remove him from the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you stated that this was a rollover when you got there, correct?
Correct.
And the occupants of that vehicle were unrestrained. Is that correct?
My assumption was they were unrestrained because one was ejected and the other two were hanging out the car. So in my training and experience, that only happens when you're not buckled in the vehicle and you're in a crash.
Okay. Given your training and experience, the thousands of calls that you've responded to, in your opinion, saying that they had to be unrestrained, is it your experience that people would be in the same position that they were in prior to that car, crash?
It's highly probable that they would not be in the same position. Um, and I think the evidence shows that because one of them was found about 20 feet from the vehicle. He wasn't even inside the car anymore. And the other two were halfway out of the car. So the way I would like to describe it is if you had a model small size car and you put 3 doll figures inside the car and then you bang it against something and flip it over, chances are, it's possible that they can stay in the same position, but it's not really. They're going to move around.
You said that you all get information prior to getting to the scene. Once you got to the scene, strike that. Thanks.
Okay.
Any redirect?
Very good. You were just asked and said something about you wouldn't expect someone to be, I guess, in the same exact position that they were in, before, a vehicle crash like this. Correct?
Correct.
When you say that, do you mean the same exact position that they're seated in the seat?
What I mean is, all right, let me explain it this way. This particular type of crash, it would be hard to duplicate. You can run a vehicle in a wall 1,000 times and get a different outcome as far as how people are going to wind up in the car. It's going to depend on how fast they're going, the model car, what part of the car makes contact with a brick wall, whether it hits a tree, whether it hit the curb first, did they hit the brakes before they hit the wall, what size the patient, how much did they weigh, how were they positioned when they hit the wall, did they brace, did they grab each other, did he let go of the steering wheel completely, how many times did the car flip, did it flip once, did it flip twice, did it flip 3 times, did it spin after it flipped? All these are different variables that can affect the outcome of how individuals will be found once you arrive on scene. So it's difficult for me to say how an individual will move inside of a car when you have so many different variables.
And, and variables, I'll ask you about those. Inside of the car, would you consider a variable, many barriers, like the seats, the airbags,
Correct.
the center console, are those barriers, in a vehicle that affect positions
They
of
are.
occupants?
There.
Thank you, sir. Further questions?
Mr. Miller? Maybe? Nope. Jurors? While you're writing them down, Captain, I've got a question unrelated to this case. Why do fire professionals need to drive the apparatus to the grocery store? Don't you have like a grocery car you guys could drive?
I wish
I go and this ladder truck shows up and I'm like, oh my gosh, the grocery store is on fire. And in
They
fact,
promise
it's,
us a paycheck, not food. We
Yeah.
have to feed ourselves.
but there's, I mean, that's just part of it. If you're getting stuff for the station, you drive the apparatus to the grocery store.
Correct. Because we don't have lunch breaks
So you're on call.
24 hours.
That explains it. I'll start looking over these. You got 5 seconds left. Write legibly. And don't fold your cards. All right. Thank you. Council, we'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to organize these so we get a good flow. Captain, did you ever go to Grady or whatever hospital these individuals were transported to in connection with this investigation?
No,
Did the airbags deploy in the car?
I can't recall whether the airbags deployed.
Okay. Any reason they wouldn't in an impact like this? From your experience?
The only reason they wouldn't is it would be because the airbags malfunctioned.
Okay. Do airbags, in your experience, serve in part to keep people in the place they were when the impact occurred?
That would be the purpose of a seatbelt. The purpose of the airbag would be to prevent the individual from crashing inside the car.
Into whatever's in front of them?
Correct.
Can you share with the jury the best you recall, the position, the person, let me ask one question before. How many people were still in the car when you got there?
2.
Did you interact primarily with one or did you have exchanges with both?
I had exchanges with both, but primarily with the occupant that was in the front compartment.
Okay. And is that the person who was removed first?
I I can't say for sure who was removed first.
Okay. Was the occupant in the front compartment the person you identified here in court?
Correct.
All right. Share with the jury the best you recall how the occupant of the front compartment was positioned when you first encountered him.
He was on his back.
And part of him was out of the car coming out the driver's door, the passenger door.
It was the passenger door.
Okay. And the rest of his body was in what direction?
In the direction of the front compartment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him.
In the direction of the front compartment.
So towards the steering wheel or towards the back seat? If
So, with the vehicle being upside down, he was halfway out of the window, and being that we had so many firefighters on scene cutting them out, and as I stated earlier, in my mind, I only see him from the lower torso up because I have people in front of him cutting the lower part of him out of the vehicle.
you weren't immediately against the vehicle, your colleagues were doing the.
Literally, he's laying on his back, and his head is between my legs, between my knees.
Okay. And then you've got firefighters directly in
Yes.
front of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see his face,
I can
which
see
is
his
how you were
face.
able to talk about the eyes and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Was there a reason you and your team didn't try to go through the driver's side door of the front compartment to do the extraction?
Well, there were members on both sides of the vehicle.
Okay.
So the truck company was operating on all sides of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you ever interact with the fully ejected occupant, the third person?
Briefly, I stopped from my recollection, I stopped. He was the first person that I made contact with. I checked for a pulse, and there wasn't any. And so he was declared what we call 48 dead on arrival. And then I proceeded towards the vehicle to assess the two other occupants.
The jurors have heard some testimony about how the front compartment occupant had sustained some chest injuries. Is that something you would have observed while you were attending to him?
I would have observed it. I can't recall the type of chest injuries he may have had. I don't know if they were internal injuries or external. I don't recall seeing any severe bleeding around his chest, like lacerations or anything like that. Not to my recollection.
Okay. Did you ever make an assessment of what part of the car, front, back, middle, fender, had initial impact with the wall?
No.
From your experience working many instances like this, is there a location in the car, front seat, back seat, driver's side, passenger side, that is more likely to have an ejection?
No.
Equal opportunity in a car.
Correct. Depending on the make, model, it's a million different variables.
Was the condition of the car as you encountered it such that someone who had been in the driver's seat could have ended up in the passenger seat of the front compartment?
It's possible.
Did you form an opinion as to whether the person in the front compartment of the car that you were tending to have been the driver of the car?
No.
Did you form an opinion as to where any one of the three individuals had been in the car before impact?
No.
Mr. Abadi, do you have any other questions for Captain Henderson?
The last two questions that the judge asked you about forming an opinion, is that because you're there, your role is to save as many lives as possible.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Miller, anything else for Captain Henderson? All right, sir, thank you for your time. I know you waited some yesterday as well.
No problem.
Be safe. Next witness.
Mr. J. Page.
Hello?
Face me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
God. Glory and see. Can you say the spelling name for the record?
Sir. Jadrian Tate, Jadrientate.
Mr. Body, there are a few pictures up here if you don't mind collecting those.
Morning, Mr. Page.
Good morning.
Can you tell yours, how old are you, sir?
27,
And where are you from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
And have you spent most of your life in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Devin Jones?
Yes, sir. It's my cousin.
Okay, and is he your cousin?
Yes, sir.
Is he older, younger?
I'm older than him.
Okay, and is he a cousin from your mom's side or your father's side?
My mom.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in Memphis? Where did Mr. Jones grow up?
Memphis.
Okay, and I guess growing up, did you or were you in Mr. Jones? Did you live near each other and hang out?
Not near each other, but we hung out all the time.
And as you got older, did you guys remain in contact?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, did you, from living in Memphis, were you familiar with or know anyone by the name of Kenneth Poole?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jurors, how were you familiar with Mr. Poole?
He used to cut my hair.
Okay. And do you know what did Devin do for a living?
Cut her?
Okay. And did you, from living in Memphis, did you know anyone by the name of Darius Minor or DT?
No, sir.
Now, back in April of 2021, were you living in Memphis?
Sir?
Were you living in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors where did Devin live?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay. And in the times, I guess, were you both living in Tennessee? Did you see each other physically a lot?
Not like that.
Okay. Were you in communication every once in a while? Checking in on each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors back in April of 2021, did you have any social media, whether Instagram or Facebook account?
Facebook.
Okay. And what about Devin?
Facebook.
Okay. And both of you having Facebook social media accounts, did you follow and keep up with each other that way as well?
Yes, sir. A little bit.
Okay. Now, on April 9th of 2021, the days prior to that, were you in Memphis?
Yes, sir.
And prior to learning about your cousin's death, did you know where Devin was going to be April 8th, 9th, and going forward?
Not that I can recall, then me basically knowing that he came to Atlanta.
Well, how did you know that he came to Atlanta?
I can recall, I think we probably going to Keep Up Money, like album release party or something. It's really,
Okay, and what the information, I guess, you just gave us, how did you learn that information?
watching it live.
and watch the live. And you talk real low and real fast, so make sure you talk into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Everybody can hear you. When you say live, what does that mean?
Live, like on Facebook, it's basically just you recording what you're doing, like accurate.
And during that weekend, I guess, did you see on Devin's Facebook account him going live?
Yes, sir.
And did you watch those lives?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, after someone goes live, are you able to, based on your use of social media, make that live a story on your page?
You can.
And tell the jurors, when you, I guess we're looking at Devin's page, generally, what did you see?
When I was watching live, I just seen him, basically partying, with his friends, and then, basically, after that, them being in the car.
And then, did you recognize anybody else in the live, the lives that you saw and then the stories that you later saw?
First live, it was my cousin, it was Kibo Money, and KP. Then the second live, it was the last one. I had clicked on before I called him. It was just him and KP in the car driving.
And you keep saying KP. Who is that a nickname for somebody you know?
Yes, sir.
Is that a nickname for?
Kenneth.
The person you call KP, Kenneth Poole in the courtroom here today.
Yes, sir.
Will just I guess describe where in the courtroom he is and the person he's seated next to.
Right side. I don't know if it's a black jacket or.
So there are three people at that table over there. Is Mr. Poole in the middle, on the left, or the right?
Oh, I'm in the middle.
In the middle. Thank you.
Now, you said the last live that you saw, they were in a, they being who, were in a vehicle.
It was smell like as in like who was all in the car?
Yeah, so the last thing you said was that you were watching your cousin's live.
Yes, sir.
The vehicle, who's that?
It's Kenneth and my cousin Devin Jones.
Okay, and then I think you said right before you called him or interrupted the live.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell the jury what you mean by that.
I had when I called interrupt the live, I guess it ended the live. Yes, sir.
When you called your cousin, did he answer?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors how long approximately did you talk with your cousin?
Well, I can't really just remember like how long it was, but I know it wasn't that long.
Okay, was it a quick conversation or were you guys on for like an hour?
It was a quick conversation.
And tell the jurors during that call, is there anything that you, I guess, that makes that call memorable?
Only thing I say is when I called, he also asked him what he was doing. He like on the way back to the B&B. Like I said, I heard slow down and I'll call you back because I ain't heard from no more.
And at any point, do you remember, I know this was a long time ago, what time that call happened?
I really can't remember.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
It was nighttime.
And after that call, do you think anything of it?
I really did.
I want to show you what's in mark, States 143. And, in State 143, you see the USB or the jump drive inside the packaging.
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors, you had an opportunity to review the contents of State's Exhibit 143. Have you seen what's on the jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And in watching it, did you recognize what's on the USB drive?
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors, how did you recognize it?
Cause it was the last live before. Well, the last live when I called my cousin that I interrupted.
And the videos you're talking about, do they fairly accurately depict the videos you had seen, before, you spoke to your cousin, back in April 2021?
Yes, sir.
Is that stated, and there was the market state exhibit 143?
I would object on, foundation as well as relevant.
Do you want to ask the witness some questions about foundation? He's identified them. So I'm not sure, I'm not picking up on the foundation concern.
No, we'll explore it.
Okay. I'll admit 143.
Thanks, sir. After, before we play statement 143, Mr. Tate, can you tell the jurors, at times, the videos that are on 143, are they always clear, or is there times where it's a little blurry?
It was kind of clear.
Okay. And are you able to recognize the people that you see in the video?
Yes, sir.
And the people that you recognize who are they?
Kenneth and David, my cousin.
And while I'm setting this up, Mr. Tate, can you kind of, I guess, describe for the jury? You said it's Kenneth and your cousin. From your recollection from reviewing the video, what are they doing?
Just ride.
All right. I'm gonna publish State Exhibit 143. Okay, so in State Exhibit 143, Mr. Tate, can you, you described, I guess, what live is like and that you were watching your cousin's live. In the video that we're seeing, do you see multiple videos kind of put together?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Probably, Jared, based on your use of Facebook and other social media platforms, is this a live or is this a story, a post? What is it?
Well, it's on the story. I mean, it's on the story, but when you go live, you can't. It sometimes, like, depending on how your Facebook set up, it can go to your story.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The story that you see here in Citizen 143, do you see within the stories images or videos from the live that you actually saw your cousin on back on April 8th and the 9th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And in the first part of States 143, you see, let's go back. The person, I know it's a little blurry, right on the screen, it's about 1-2 seconds into States 143. Who was that?
My cousin.
Your cousin Devin?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jurors, did you call him Devin or did he have a nickname?
I call him DJ, but I also call him Devin. But I call him DJ.
And then if we go back, where do you see the person, it's blurry, and the white shirt and I guess the chain, or the shorter chain you can see with the hat.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that?
It's Devin.
Okay, that's the same person you just described?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as do you see the individual that's sitting next to the person you described as your cousin in the video now at about 6 seconds in?
It's Kenneth.
Okay. And is that your cousin again?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors I guess that this part of the video is you described earlier that you called your cousin and interrupted a live. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
To your recollection, is this is this the live that you interrupted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, how do you know that it's the live that you interrupted?
Cause basically after I made the phone call, it wasn't no more lives or no more anything.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And in the live that you saw on the blurry, I guess, story of the live that posted later, can you tell the jurors, where was your cousin Devin seated in the car?
At the side.
And then the person you described as KP, as his nickname, or in a Poole, where did you see him on the live in the car?
Driver's side.
Driving the car?
Yes, sir.
And in the video that we see here in stages of 143, and then your recollection of the actual live, can you see or could you tell anybody was in the back seat of that car?
I really couldn't tell.
And I guess the last live that you saw, that you described, that you saw in states 143, was that a pretty quick live because you interrupted it?
Yes, sir. I must say. Like I said, it's been a little minute. So, but yes, sir.
And Mr. Tate, you got felony conviction?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't for.
They're receiving.
And does that conviction have anything to do with what you testified and why you're here today?
No, sir.
Nothing further from the state of Florida.
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Tate,
Yes, sir.
that theft by receiving, what year was that?
2023
What about the one you got this year?
or 2025.
Yes.
I got picked up actually for somebody else case that I'm still going over right now.
Same thing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, your cousin was Mr. Jones, is that correct?
Correct.
He was your younger cousin, correct?
Yes.
And so you were the older cousin.
Yes.
Did he kind of look up to you?
No.
He did not look up to you. You all were close?
Yes, sir.
You all were close. And you all both grew up in Memphis, is that also correct?
Correct.
And, excuse me. You stated that you were not aware that he was coming to Atlanta until you saw that Facebook Live, correct?
Correct.
How many times had y'all communicated that week? You know,
My memory is probably like twice.
twice that week.
Yeah.
All right. During those 2 times that week that y'all communicated, he never mentioned to you that he was coming to Atlanta.
I didn't know until he got out here.
Excuse me.
I did not know till he got out here.
All right. Now what you're telling us is that what you interrupted was a live, correct?
Yes, sir.
That live was on Facebook. Right?
Correct.
Now, the live, in order for a live to get on Facebook, it has to be uploaded to that Facebook. Is that correct?
Yeah, like I said, a live can be like added to a story. Depending on how your settings are set up.
Depending on what?
How the settings are set up.
Depending on how the settings are set up.
Correct.
But you're not aware of how his settings were set up, do you?
No, his phone.
Okay. So on Facebook, as well as Instagram, if you do a live, it's not automatically going to go to your stories, is it?
It can.
Can?
Yes.
There are circumstances where that happens.
I'm just saying it can.
There's a way, you're telling this jury that there's a way that you can have a story that you just did automatically, a live that you did automatically upload as a story on Facebook.
In your settings, yes, sir.
Okay. And there is a difference between a live and a story, is that correct?
Correct.
A live means it's happening as it's going on, right?
Correct.
A story means that it's something that has happened in the past, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking at this story, because what you've presented here today is a story, it's not a lie, correct?
It was allowed to upload to a story.
What we're seeing, what the jury is showing
That's a
right
story.
now,
Correct. Yes, sir.
correct? It's not a lie. And so as part of this live, we see that this is the first, or the story. We see the first story is your cousin, and it looks like they're at some kind of event, correct?
Album release party. Yes, sir. Correct.
All right. And then there's another story, and it shows that they're driving at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the next thing you see and it's super blurry up here. But these lines up here, are you able to tell how many stories are actually right here?
No.
All right, and so we know that there was at least one right here before, but you can't tell what's afterwards, can you? All right, but there would be, if there are multiple stories.
Can you share whatever you got on the screen on Zoom as well, please? Just share your screen. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Hi. Oh. All right.
I can see it though.
Now, what you would see on the story is if there was 3 multiple stories, can you see? It's tape. If there are multiple stories, then there would be like a line, and then there's an indication right there, correct? And then like another one, and then it's separated right there, correct? And then that would show you that there were.
I need you to say yes or no, or I don't know, instead of
Yes, sir.
All right, and so that way it's an indication that shows you how many stories are actually posted here, right? We're unable to see that with this argument. And that's because this is so blurry, no one can make that out, right? You didn't do this screen recording.
No, sir.
You don't know when that screen recording was made, do you?
Not top of my head, no, sir.
All right. You don't know where that screen recording came from, do you?
Correct.
The time that it shows Mr. Poole driving that car, you cannot tell the jury what time that was.
Correct.
And what you said, what you said on direct was that when you spoke to him on the live, he said that he was going through the Airbnb, correct?
Correct.
Not speak to Mr. Jones anytime after that, did you?
No.
So the last communication that you had, he was telling you that he was going to an Airbnb, correct?
Yes, sir.
You and your cousin were close,
Yes, sir.
and you said that if you used to get your haircut from Mr. Poole, is that correct?
Correct.
This incident happened in 2021. In 2024, were you still getting your haircut from Mr. Poole?
2024. I don't think it was 2024. I think it was probably. I don't really know. I forgot the last year, but I know it was the last year. I know it was I think my 25th or 26th birthday. That was my last time I got my haircut cut by.
All right, so is your testimony here today that you were not getting your haircut from Mr. Poole up until 2024?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as defense exhibit 30. Do you see defense exhibit 30?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta say yes or
Yes,
no.
sir.
You recognize defense exhibit 30?
Yes, sir.
You recognize yourself in defense exhibit 30?
Yes, sir.
All right. And looking at defense exhibit 30, is that you inside of in the game cuts?
I don't think this in the game. I think it was I don't know the name of the other shop, but it was one off Memorize.
It was what?
It was a shop off Memorize. I don't know the name of this shop.
Say that one more time.
I said I went to his shop off Memorize. I didn't know. I don't know if that's the name of the shop, but if it is, then yeah.
Okay, but that is you inside of that shop.
Correct.
That is you
Yes, sir.
after getting a haircut. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir. That was my last time.
That was your last time.
Correct.
And that was in 2024. Correct?
Yeah, I can remember. Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, we would move to enter defense exhibit 30 instead.
I have no objection, I just stall it down for that objection.
Okay, it's admitted.
What we're seeing in Defense Exhibit 30 is a picture of you after getting your haircut from Mr. Poole last year. Is that correct?
Like I said, I really don't remember, but I'm saying correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And no further questions.
Any redirect?
Hang on.
Any questions from the jurors? You. Great. So, Mr. Tate, how long was Mr. Poole your barber, or at least how long did he cut your hair? You may have had more than one barber.
Honestly, he been my barber for a long time. Yes, sir. He been my barber for a long time.
Okay. But the last time you remember him cutting your hair would have been sometime last year, which is what we just saw a picture of.
Yes, sir. I said, it's either I thought it was 23, but if it's 24, then yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not telling you what it is. Someone was telling
I
you.
just
You
can't,
don't
I just can't
recall.
remember. Yes, sir. I just can't
Okay.
remember. I know. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever see your cousin, Mr. Jones, driving Mr. Poole's car?
No, sir.
How long have you known Mr. Poole? You said he's been cutting your hair for a long time. How long have you known him?
At least I'd probably say about 3, 4 years.
When you and Mr. Jones were talking, when you interrupted his live,
Correct.
do you remember what the two of you spoke about?
Other than me asking him what he was doing, and he was just basically telling me on the way to the B&B.
Okay.
But Airbnb.
All right. Was it common for you to call your cousin at off hours, late at night or early in the morning?
Not always. Just call and check in.
Okay. All right. Mr. Abadi, anything else for Mr. Tate?
Did you call him, center, this time at an off hour, because you had just seen him on the live?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Miller?
What hour was it?
I said I can't really. It's been long. I can't really just remember, sir.
Okay, so we're saying hours that it is late, but that could have been 10 p.m., correct?
10, 11, 12. I mean, I guess I can't really just call no time. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break now. So in a moment, I'm going to have you go into the jury room. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll get you back in here in 10-ish minutes and continue on with the statement presentation.
All right, Drew.
All right, let's talk real briefly about Joseph Connors, and then you guys can have your break. I have already ruled that, at least on its face, the prior testimony of Mr. Connors is admissible. He is unavailable, deceased, 804A4. And I believe it's admissible under 804B1 because he's unavailable. And Mr. Miller had an opportunity on behalf of Mr. Poole to cross-examine Mr. Connors about this testimony. It's in fact the very same testimony, not a new subject or anything like that. So, like I said, on its face, it comes in. I guess what happened in the first trial is that Mr. Connors was called to testify. He said what he said. I may have told someone. I don't have any specific recollection. Mr. Miller made the points he needed to, and then he was done. And then Trooper Clark testified after that. So it strikes me that if we are trying to replicate what happened before, then Mr. Connors' testimony would be read into the record, either verbatim, or you guys may agree during the break, look, there are 3 things that aren't relevant anymore, but otherwise verbatim, and I leave it to the state to pick who plays what role. And Mr. Miller, you're free to play you if you want to. I would explain to the jury that we have a witness who I can either say deceased or unavailable. I can't remember. Someone may have already testified that he's deceased, but if they haven't, I'm neutral on whether we say unavailable or deceased. I'll follow your guidance, or at least get your input. And he happened to testify at another proceeding in connection with this case. And so you jurors are going to hear what he had to say in response to questions from the state and the defense through a recitation of his testimony and be read into the record. And that would be the end of the Connors evidence. So that's how I think it ought to flow. Start with the state. Any issue with that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Miller, your thoughts?
No, I would ask that he is referred to as deceased.
Okay. Any problem with that, Mr. Body?
No.
Okay. I'm going to use the word unavailable as well, just to check that legal box, but I will reveal that he's deceased. That's why he can't be here. But there was a hearing where he did testify. And so that testimony, which was given under oath and subject to cross-examination, will now be read to the jury. Do you all have a copy of the transcript so you can play your respective roles?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. And Mr. Miller, are you going to play you? Is Ms. Bird going to play you? Or do you want Mr. Abati to play you?
Curious how Mr. Boston pulled me off, but I think I'll play this.
Okay. Well, thanks for not putting that burden on him. Anything from the state before we start our break?
No.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right. See you all in a few minutes. Don't go far.
11:55.
On the clock to my right, 10:57. You ready to go? I asked one of the jurors to come out here, so she's going to come out in a second. Hey, Ms. Lawson, take a seat. And we need a prosecutor. All right, let's get on the record, please. This is State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is in court with his lawyers. Mr. Abadi is here for the state. We have one juror in the courtroom right now. It was juror 39 from our day of jury selection. And during the break, she approached me to share that she has had a very unfortunate family development in terms of a grandmother who had a stroke. And juror 39 needs to leave to go to Philadelphia to be with her grandmother. But I wanted to get that on the record with juror 39 in front of us in case there were questions from lawyers on either side about this. But as I understand it, juror 39, you just received word of this, I think, through your mother. And everyone is trying to figure out how quickly to get to Philadelphia. And really what you learned was not just the stroke, because maybe things had been going okay, but that there has been a turn for the worse. And it's important that family gather around your grandmother as soon as they can. Okay. And your sense is, one, you want to get to Philadelphia, and two, even if that's not till tomorrow, your ability to focus on the important things going on here has been disrupted by this tragic family news. Is that a fair summary of what you and I talked about? Anything you want to add? Okay. Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for juror 39? Mr. Miller?
No, I say my condolences.
Okay. If you could step outside for 1 second, I got to talk with the lawyers, and then I'll bring you right back out here. Okay? All right. So juror 39, Ms. Lawson, is one of our alternates. Regardless of where she sits in the jury, I think it's appropriate to release her. Do you object to that, Mr. Abadi? Mr. Miller?
Okay.
Okay, then in a moment, I'll bring her out, let her know that we all are hoping for the best for her family and release her, and we will carry on with 11 jurors, I guess 13 jurors. If you could bring Ms. Lawson back out. Sorry to bring you in and out, but I just needed to get a few things on the record outside your presence. I'm going to release you. We all appreciate the attention that you've given this matter, but you have more important things you need to go deal with. If you need a letter that documents your service and you need it today, we can generate that. If you need to get out of here, you can always call Chambers later to say, hey, it's Ms. Lawson, I was here through, and we'll say you were here through Wednesday, if you need that. My recollection of your employment is that it's with family and they're not going to be saying, where were you? They understood where you were. But if you need it, will you let us know? Okay. All right. Thank you so much and good luck. All right. And so we're clear. We still have 13 jurors. I did bad math for a moment. Mr. Abadi, anything before we bring the 13 jurors back out here? Okay. Mr. Miller, you ready for the jury? Okay.
All right, the jury. Oh, you have to go in the same. Oh, we don't. So far,
That's true.
You've got to be the most difficult jury to seat. And it's not you, ma'am. You are prompt and ready, but the rest of you, it's like here, there, whatever. It's all good. You guys are doing great. That's your speaker. It's. Thank you. Okay. Everyone else can be seated. We are going to continue with the state's case. We will break for lunch, but we'll sort of see what the flow is as to when we break, and it will be an hour-ish when we do. Just won't necessarily be right at high noon. Mr. Abadi, if you will call the state's next witness, please. Oh, right. I have some explaining to do. I forgot about the flow. This is one of the things we talked about. We had a juror issue, and that caused me to focus on that. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, you are going to hear a recitation of testimony that a witness gave in a previous hearing related to this case, who's now deceased and so is unavailable to testify at trial. But it turns out that at the hearing, he was subject to cross-examination. And so what you will hear is a recitation of question, his answer, questions from the state, questions from the defense. It just happens to be a transcript. You're not going to get that transcript. You're going to hear it as if it's being spoken by this next witness, who is Joseph Connors. He was an EMT. He was an EMT, and he is unavailable because he's deceased. The lawyers will play their parts, as in a prosecutor will ask the question as it was recorded from that hearing. And then, Mr. Rao, are you playing the role of Mr. Connors?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Rao, when he is speaking, is giving the answers that Mr. Connors gave when he received a question from Mr. Abate, from Mr. Miller. And Mr. Abate will be asking the questions that the prosecutor asked, and Mr. Miller will be asking the questions that he asked of Mr. Connors when Mr. Connors was available. With that, Mr. Connors was sworn when he testified. It was a formal hearing. So he was under oath. He was under the same obligations to provide truthful testimony as all the witnesses who are appearing live in front of you. So assuming Mr. Connors has been sworn, Mr. Bate, you can start the questioning.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you're currently employed?
So I'm currently employed as a paramedic working for a non-emergency transport. However, at the time of the call, I was working as a paramedic for Grady.
Can you tell the jurors how long did you work as a paramedic for Grady?
3.5 years.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background that you acquired to be paramedic?
So to be a paramedic, you have to go through roughly about 3 years of schooling between internships and classroom, classwork, and whatnot.
And at the end of that, I guess all the classwork and the internship, can you tell the jurors you get a license or certificate, something like that?
Yes, sir. You get a state and national license. Altogether, I have 17 years as experience as a paramedic.
And you said you had 17 years?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, can you tell the jurors prior to your 3.5 years at Grady, what did you do? Or where were you working, sir?
United States Marine Corps.
And were you a paramedic in the Marine Corps?
No, sir.
What did you do with the Marine Corps?
Avionics, worked on F-18s, a lot of electronics, something completely unrelated.
And then I guess is that when you switched careers and became a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
And so where did you work as a paramedic for the 17 years in the years prior to your 3-year stint with Grady?
Couple of different places between South Carolina and North Carolina, and some places in Georgia, smaller places, not Grady. Grady is its own entity. I'm sorry, am I not speaking loud enough?
Then I went on to say, you're not, you need to speak louder.
And then I said, like how they talk to you in the Marine Corps, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jurors, when did you start your employment with Grady?
Right after COVID kicked off. So that was that 2020.
Okay, and were you working as a Grady EMT on April 9th of 2021?
Grady paramedic, yes, sir.
Well, can you tell the jurors, what's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
So an EMT basically just does basic life support, essentially basic bandaging. Paramedics do a lot more advanced things, reading EKGs, starting IVs, advanced medication administration.
And can you tell the jurors as a paramedic, how often would you be called or just estimate, how often would you go out on a call when you're on duty, sir?
Roughly working 13 hours per shift, we would roughly get dispatched to about 20 calls on average, transport to Fulton County about half of those.
And while working at Grady, did you always work the same shift or the same hours?
Roughly, yes. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And can you tell the jurors what were the typical calls you'd respond to?
Everything.
And on April 9th of 2021, do you have an independent recollection of being dispatched or responding to Georgia 400 North in the Lennox Road or near the Lennox Road exit?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I do not.
Now, could you tell the jurors in your time at Grady, when did you leave Grady?
Roughly about 10 months ago, sir.
And can you tell the jurors in your 3 years working as a paramedic at Grady, how many calls do you think you responded to in total those 3 years?
Actually, I was trying to do the calculation in my head before I came here. I want to say within 3.5 years, roughly between 9,000, about 9,000 calls, at least.
And so you left about 10 months ago. How many calls do you think you responded to after April 9th of 2021?
Let's say 6,000.
And when you respond to the different scenes that you were dispatched to, did you regularly interact with law enforcement?
Yes, sir, all the time.
And as a Grady paramedic, did you regularly interact with members of the Atlanta Police Department
Yes, sir, all the time.
and Georgia State Troopers?
Yes, sir.
Did you also work closely or regularly at the calls that you responded to with members of the Atlanta Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
And was it common, or is it common, for Grady paramedics and EMTs to kind of work in conjunction or with Atlanta Fire to save lives?
Oh, absolutely. And PD as well.
And what?
And PD as well, sir.
Now, at Grady, when you were working there in your 3.5 years, do you know of another Joe Connors that was working as a Grady paramedic?
No, sir, it was only me.
And you were the only Joe Connors that worked with Grady?
Yes, sir, as far as I'm aware.
And your time as a paramedic at Grady, I know you said you interacted with law enforcement, troopers, and other officers. Did you commonly report things that you believe to be helpful for law enforcement or for the case for the reason that you were there?
I can't remember anything off the top of my head that I would, but I mean,
Let me ask a better question. If you were on scene and somebody you were treating said something about a motor vehicle accident, that was the reason you were there, would you report that to a trooper or any law enforcement you believe that was investigating that crash?
yes, sir.
Okay, was that a common occurrence that you had that information that you would do?
Yes, more often than not, it really just depends. They usually know who the driver is.
Okay, and you said you don't have an independent recollection of responding on April 9th, 2021 to the Lennox Road exit, right?
No, sir, I don't.
And do you know or had you been in contact with a trooper, Chadwick Clark, prior to April 9th of 2021?
No, sir.
And do you even recognize the name?
No, sir.
And in the, you said roughly 9,000 calls that you responded to while working with Grady, and the 6,000 after April 21st of 2021, would you say that you interacted with law enforcement in each one of those 9,000 and 6,000 calls?
Not every one of them, but at least 2/3 of them. Yes, sir.
Now, on April 9th of 2021, do you recall speaking to and telling Trooper Chadwick Clark that you had spoken to the driver, Kenneth Poole, and he told you he was driving?
Objection, Your Honor.
And that objection is
Leading.
overruled again.
I will start my question over. Do you recall telling?
Oh, before you ask your question, I maintain my ruling, but a reminder that the question, blah, 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 it's not germane to what you all are working through today.
Sir, do you recall telling Trooper Chadwick Clark?
Your Honor, I would ask that the entire record is read in.
So we'll take that. I may. I want to talk to you all outside the presence of the jury about that particular, the way, what I was sharing at that time. Okay?
Sir, do you recall telling Trooper Chadwick Clark that you interacted with Kenneth Poole and he told you that he was driving the vehicle that crashed right there at the exit of Georgia 400 and Lennox Road?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I cannot recall that.
And can you tell the jurors, who writes the report as is related to your position as a paramedic?
Okay, so from what I understand from the scene, I was called in as a secondary unit. So if somebody transported Mr. Poole, that would be the lead primary paramedic. He would write a patient care report for him. And usually in that report, it'll show any sort of, if he was the passenger or the driver. For me, just responding as a supplemental help, I would just be there to assist. I just write a simple report stating I assisted unit so-and-so.
Okay, now you said you don't recall making the statement about what Kenneth Poole said about driving. Is that your testimony today?
That is correct. I do not recall, sir.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you didn't say that?
No, sir.
I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Connors, how are you doing? As you sit here today, you do not recall?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Body, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to have you stay right here. I'd like to talk to the lawyers briefly outside so we can maintain the flow, but if you'd step outside for a second. Thank you, Mr. Connors, for your testimony.
Any questions from the jury?
We are ready for the state's next witness.
Take a call, Trooper Chadwick Carter.
You want to be here?
Yes. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and God. Really, I'll see. They say it's better than the right.
My name is Trooper Clark, Tropper, Clark, CLARK.
Good morning, Trooper Clark. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
So I'm a state trooper with the Georgia State Patrol. I work on the Nighthawks North DUI Task Force out of Atlanta, and I'm also assigned to our K-9 unit.
And can you tell the jurors how long have you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
So I came on with the patrol in November of 2013 as a dispatcher up in Gainesville. I went to trooper school October 1st of 2017. Trooper school is approximately 8 months long. So then I graduated May 11th of 2018. From there, I went to Post 6 of Gainesville. I was there for a year and a half. I left there and came down to the Nighthawks for a couple years. Then I left the Nighthawks and went back to Post 32 Athens. I was there for a year, and now I'm back on the Nighthawks.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about, when you say the Nighthawks, can you tell the jurors what is that unit within Georgia State Patrol, and what is the purpose of that unit?
So the Nighthawks, we are a DUI task force. We have 3 teams, the North, Middle, and the South. The North is out of Atlanta. The Middle covers Columbus and Macon, and the South team covers Savannah. Our primary focus is locating and apprehending impaired drivers.
And you described, I guess, a stint where you worked for the Nighthawks, and then you took a post in Athens,
Yes, sir.
and then you currently assigned to the Nighthawks unit again.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors in total how many of your years with Georgia State Patrol have you been assigned roughly to that unit?
So the first time I was on the Nighthawks, I was here for about 3 years, and now I've been here for a little over a year now.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors your assignments when you were previously, before you took a change in post, where did you primarily patrol as a Nighthawk during your first assignment with Nighthawks?
So the Nighthawks, we cover Metro Atlanta and the surrounding counties. We cover Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Clayton County. We pretty much work wherever within those counties.
Okay, and back on April 21st, excuse me, April 9th, 2021, were you assigned to the Nighthawk unit you've been talking about?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what were your typical hours of duty when you were working as a Nighthawk?
So when I first came to the team, we were on 8-hour shifts. And so we worked 10P to 6A. And now we're on 10-hour shifts. And I don't remember exactly when we swapped from 10P to 6A to 8P to 6A.
It's fair to say whether it's either one of the options you work into the middle of the night.
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jurors as a part of the Nighthawk, I guess how many members are assigned to that unit or when you were working back on April 9th, 2021?
So the amount of people on the team has fluctuated over the last few years. So we'd have anybody between, we've got 3 NCOs and then the rest are sleep troopers. So roughly anywhere from 6 to 12 on the team.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, you talked a little bit about, I guess, the primary roles and responsibilities that you and your fellow members of the Nighthawk unit played. You said traffic enforcement, DUI enforcement.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors as a part of what you do as somebody who works with the Georgia State Patrol, is your vehicle equipped with a dash camera?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jurors, explain to the jurors a little bit about how your dash camera works and the purpose of it?
So our dash camera is mounted at the top of the windshield on the inside of the car. It can be turned on manually or it activates as soon as any of the blue lights come on in the car. We wear what they call a body mic, and it's just a mic that clips onto our shoulder that relays audio between us and the camera.
And can you tell the jurors where is, I guess, the dash cam kind of located on or within your vehicle?
It's the top of the windshield on the inside.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to your role as trooper with the Nighthawk unit, how on a typical night you would utilize your dash cam?
Anytime we're on a traffic stop, because 90% of what we do is in front of our car.
And when you say 90% of what you do in front of your car, you said that your focus at the Nighthawk is to I guess, detect drivers who are driving under the influence of alcohol.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you make a traffic stop and you suspect that somebody's under the influence of alcohol, can you kind of explain to the jurors your procedure as it relates to moving forward with that traffic stop?
So if we stop a car, whatever the violation may be, speeding, failure to maintain lane, no headlights. Once we stop and we approach the vehicle, we begin speaking with the driver. If we suspect impairment, then we get the driver out of the car and walk them to the front of our patrol car, where the rest of what we do is going to be on camera.
And so is it fair to say on a traffic stop, like one you just described, is all the interactions that you have with the suspected driver of DUI directly in front of your dash cam?
Yes, it is.
And is it close in proximity to your vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you conduct the procedures that you described close in proximity to your vehicle?
It's just so any of the manifestations of the driver is on camera and can be recorded.
Okay. And you said your vehicle and your equipment, you have a microphone?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, is that microphone one that works everywhere and anywhere, thousands of feet away?
No, so it's more or less like a Bluetooth connection between the mic and the camera. So if you've got any kind of Bluetooth device, once you get so far away, it's going to disconnect. That's kind of how our body mics are. To the extent I've been in foot pursuits where once you get so far away from the car, it's not going to pick up any audio. And then once you get closer, it'll reconnect to your camera.
And can you tell the jurors, are you issued as a part of your uniform as a Georgia State trooper body cam?
No, so the state does not issue us body cameras.
And is it do you make a choice or is it something that you're able to elect not to wear?
No, sir, we don't have them.
Your employment with the Georgia State Troopers from 2011 until now, have you ever been issued a body cam?
No, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the equipment in your vehicle. Can you tell the jurors what specifically, how is your vehicle outfitted as it relates to detecting, for example, speeding?
So we have a radar in our patrol car. The way that works is you have two what they call antennas in your car. One faces out the front windshield, one faces out the back windshield. Inside of the car, besides those two, we have essentially a display, and we can change the modes on the antennas. So you just set the mode to you're either stationary in your patrol car or your patrol car is moving. And alongside with that, you tell the radars, do you want it to check the vehicle speed of cars that are going the same direction as your patrol car, whether it be in front of you or behind you, or you can check them coming at you, going the opposite direction.
And the equipment you just described, can you tell the jurors when you're on duty, how days a week, you said that you work on average?
Now, so we work 10-hour shifts, we work 4 days a week. Every Wednesday I have K9 training. Besides K9 training, 2 to 3 days.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on the days that you are working in service, do you do anything prior to starting your shift or anything at the end of the previous shift to ensure to check to see if those radar equipment you just described is working and functional?
Yeah. So if we're going to use, like, if I'm going to K9 training, I'm not going to turn my radar on, but the days I'm patrolling and going to use the radar, you have to test it at the beginning and end of each shift.
Okay. And is that something that you do at the beginning and end of each shift that you've worked at Nighthawk now and back in April of 2021?
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jurors back on April 9th, 2021, at approximately 3 a.m., can you tell the jurors, were you in service working?
Yes, I was.
You in uniform with your badge properly shown
Yes.
as required by policy and procedures?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury if you have any recollection, where within the confines of Fulton Cobb, when that described the Nighthawks patrol, where were you at that time?
So I was in on the connector northbound in Atlanta and Fulton County.
Okay, and specifically, you're on the connector within Fulton County. Can you tell the jury, do you recall where you were around the 3 a.m. Mark within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County on that connector?
So I was a connector northbound, right where 75 north splits off from the connector.
Right. Is that close to kind of where you can see off the connector, Georgia Tech campus and Atlanta Station area?
Yes, sir, off to the left.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you were on the connector I-75 right there, were you stationary? Were you parked in the area clocking speeds, or were you driving?
I was driving.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors that you were going to drive and patrol that area? Did anything during that time catch your attention while you were on duty?
Yes. A white four-door Infiniti cars in the HOV lane, traveling at a high rate of speed. With my radar, I visually estimated the vehicle speed, and I confirmed it with my radar to be traveling 95 miles an hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. Also observed the same vehicle to fail to maintain lane multiple times.
Okay. And if I heard you, I mentioned I heard you correctly. You said in the area in which you saw the high rate of speed and then used your radar to detect, I think you said 95?
Yes, sir.
That the speed limit at that area on the connector I-75 was what?
55.
And when you detect, or when you saw, it was a white sedan,
Yes, sir.
and we're on I-75, you said in the HOV lane?
Yes, so we're on the connector right past where 75 has split off, so we're now on Interstate 85, yes.
Okay. And if it's the HOV lane, is that the far, are you referring to the far left-hand lane?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors kind of talked about how you make sure your equipment is operational, functional. How are you able to, once you see the vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed, are you able to use your radar, activate them in order to clock or get a specific speed, you're 95 miles an hour?
So we have just a handheld remote, kind of looks like a TV remote, but the button's a little bigger. And we can use those buttons, change the front and rear antenna to how they're checking speeds, if they're same direction, opposite direction, things like that.
Right, and in this instance, the button or direction that you would have pointed the antennas on your vehicle would have been where?
So like I said, the antennas they're mounted. We mounted with a bracket and screws, nails, things like that. So the one is stationary, pointing out the front windshield. Due to me moving and the car traveling in front of me going the same direction, we check the vehicle speed in patrol mode and same direction to travel out of the front antenna.
Okay, and do you recall the general area where you kind of activated your radars, where you reference your 75, where it's connecting to 85, is that north?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
After I check the speed.
Yeah.
So then I turn my camera on in my car manually. What that does, it just goes ahead and starts recording the driving behavior that I'm watching.
Okay, and as you continue to travel on what's now, I guess, I-85,
Yes, sir.
this, I guess, an area that you have patrolled or traveled on many times as a member of the Georgia State Patrol.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, I guess, if you flip on your dash cam, what do you do next?
So while I've got him on camera in front of me, I just narrate to my camera. This is how fast he's going. This is the vehicle I'm watching. Because when I turn the camera, I'm usually not right behind the car. I'm usually one or two lanes to the left or right, a couple car lanes behind. So I start narrating to my camera. That's the car I'm watching. This is what he's doing. This is why I'm watching him.
And why do you do that?
Just to help narrate for the case, because if you turn the blue lights on and you let the blue lights activate the camera, it starts recording 30 seconds back, but there's no audio for those 30 seconds. But if you manually turn it on, it starts recording audio and video.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you continue to travel down, I guess, 85, do you notice any other driving manifestations that catch your attention, or have you seen that are relevant to the car you're following?
Just the fact that he was speeding and still failing to maintain his lane.
At this point, you said it was a white sedan.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, as you continue to travel down I-85, were you able to determine what kind of car it was?
Yes, it was a white four-door Infinity.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you, as you are following the speeding vehicle, decide to stop the car?
Yes, I attempt to. Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors when and where did you intend to do, or where did you initiate that traffic stop?
So if y'all are familiar with 85 North, where Buford Highway and 400 is, there's a large gore right there where 400 North splits off from 85. Due to us being in the Buford Drive area, the shoulders, they're wide, but they're not big enough compared to the gore there. So I try to wait until when I turn the blue lights on and they see I'm behind them, they can hopefully choose to stop in that large gore.
And is that a common practice for you as part of your employment as a trooper, based on any, I guess, previous experiences you've had?
Yes. So I choose to get to the biggest areas possible. I've been hit 3 times by cars on the interstate, so I don't like being on the shoulder.
And so when you, I guess, initiated your blue lights to initiate the traffic stop, what happened next?
So like I said, I turned the blue lights on hoping he would see the large gore, and that was where we would stop. But he did not stop. When we got close to the gore, or when I turned the blue lights on, I contacted my dispatch, said, hey, I'm going to initiate a traffic stop. This kind of car, here's the tag, and this is where I'm at. But at that point, we passed the gore. merged onto 400 North, and he started to accelerate at a high rate of speed and initiated pursuit.
Right, and, I guess, can you describe that, like, what do you mean? How did you know that he accelerated so much that you had to initiate what you call a pursuit?
So, I mean, when the blue lights come on, we're right behind the car, you got to be obvious, hey, I'm stopping you. You're the car I'm trying to pull over. And at that point, when I turn the blue lights on and I'm close, as soon as he starts creating distance between the two of us, he has accelerated and initiated pursuit.
And prior to, you turning on your blue lights and initiating that pursuit, do you recall if you noticed any other driving infractions or manifestations that led to you initiating that traffic stop?
The ones that I saw initially when I turned the camera on.
Right, and, things that you saw, you said, are those things that you would have notated, and you could hear yourself, in your, the microphone of your dash cam saying the infractions that you may or may not see?
Yes.
And, when you say pursuit, when you explain to the jurors, prior to that, did you write on the blue lights, are sirens on too?
No, just blue lights.
And, what happens, or describe what you mean by pursuit and where you are, you're on I-85 North going towards 400, where are you at the point that pursuit begins?
So like I said, he has surpassed the Gore area between 85 and 400 and accelerated high rate of speed onto 400 North. At this point, when I turn my sirens on, along with the blue lights, and we continued traveling 400 northbound, drivers in and out of cars, and eventually turned the lights off on the car while going up 400 North, in and out of traffic.
And as you're, behind the vehicle going, you see vehicle going in and out of traffic, can you tell the jurors inside of your vehicle, what are you doing?
So like I said, when I initially tried to stop the car, keyed up to our dispatch and told them, hey, this is where I'm at, what kind of car I've got, this is the tag. As soon as they decide to initiate a pursuit, we then contact our radio room over the radio and we're like, hey, I'm now in pursuit of this car that I just gave you. And you start communicating to the radio room essentially how the pursuit is going. I'm 400 North now, we're approaching Lennox, drivers turn his lights off, things of that nature.
And, can you tell the jurors, the distance you are from the vehicle during that pursuit? Can you describe to the jurors how close you are, the proximity of your vehicle to his vehicle?
It was, at this point, I was no longer like right behind him, but I could see him still in front of me.
And my question, I asked his vehicle, at this point, do you know if it was a man or woman, child driving the car?
I had no idea.
And, at this point, as you had begun your pursuit, had you been able to see into the windows or anything like that? It's nighttime.
Yes.
Now, at this point, do you have any idea if there's 1, 2, 10 people in that car?
No, sir, I cannot see.
Okay, and, can you tell the jurors, during the time that you are behind or following the vehicle that's, not stopping, how fast, are you going in order to maintain sight of the vehicle?
We're in excess of 100 miles an hour.
And, can you tell the jurors, you said that the vehicle was coming in and out of traffic?
Yes, sir.
You gotta describe to the jurors, what do you mean by that?
So if he's traveling, there's, a car in front of him that's not moving out of the way, but there's one to the right. And he's cut cars off to get around other people on 400.
Would you, describe those, like as kind of, how would you describe those kind of maneuvers?
And just erratic, reckless, because people that are driving on the road don't know what to do.
And, is the car going from, basically what you visually see, is it going from side to side or lane to lane?
Yes, sir.
Doing that in a pretty rapid, succession?
Leading.
Is it doing that in a pretty rapid succession?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said your vehicle, how fast you're going roughly over 100 miles an hour?
Yes, sir.
And, in the time that you can recall that you're over 100 miles per hour, are you right up on, are you ever right up on, the white infinity stand?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury, during the pursuit down 400, how far would you estimate, distances between your car and, the white infinity the majority of the time?
Maybe a couple 100 feet between the two of us.
Okay, and is the car, do you always maintain visuals of the vehicle though?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, while you're traveling over 100 miles per hour, describe to the jurors kind of what's going on in your car as it relates to the speed and the effect it has on your vehicle?
So like I said, I'm driving as safe as I can at those speeds, keeping the guy in sight.
And as part of your training as a trooper, have you been trained in something called pit maneuvers?
Yes, sir.
Fighting with jurors, what is a pit maneuver?
So a pit maneuver is essentially, you can go to either side of the car, and the same with is you match, touch, turn. That's how you perform a pit maneuver on a car. So it doesn't matter if you're driver's side, passenger side, whichever one. The goal is you need to match the speed of the car that you're about to pit. And once you're going the same speed, you touch their car. You don't hit them. You touch their car, and then to get them to rotate, you just turn your steering wheel a little bit, which causes them to go left or right to terminate the pursuit.
And this instance, can you tell the jurors why you didn't do that?
I was unable to get close enough to him.
And while you are pursuing the vehicle, can you tell the jurors is the safety of other drivers on the road important?
Absolutely, yes.
Tell the jurors, are you concerned about your own safety?
Yes,
And is part of your concern also the safety of the driver or whoever else is in the vehicle that's late?
yes, sir.
Now, can you describe to the jurors how far do you pursue the vehicle down Georgia 400 north?
To Lennox Road, where the driver tried to take the exit at Lennox Road from 400 north.
And the Lennox Road, the exit off Georgia 400, can you tell the jurors, is that first, second, fifth exit down Georgia 400?
It's the first exit.
And can you describe to the jurors, yes, where that exit, Lennox Road leads? Can you go left, right, straight?
So at the top of the exit ramp from 400 north to Lennox Road, it's more or less a T intersection. The on-ramp to get back onto 400 north from Lennox is off-centered, from the off-ramp. So once you get to the top, you can go left or right. You can't go straight.
And you referenced earlier that the vehicle, that the lights were turned off.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, the lights being turned off, when was that in relation to the exiting off of that first exit off of Georgia 400?
It was prior to him taking the exit at Lennox Road.
Okay. And prior to the exit, and as the white Infiniti is exiting off of the exit, can you tell the jurors, have you always been able to maintain sight of the vehicle?
Yes.
And as you see the vehicle exit off of that exit on 400 towards the Lennox Road, can you tell the jurors what happens next?
So as he goes to take the exit to Lennox Road, we're going approximately 130 miles an hour. Like I said, I've been on the Nighthawks and patrolled this area for roughly 4 years. At this point, I start to slow down as we go to the top of the ramp. At the top of the ramp, I observe a box truck traveling east on Lennox Road. The car I'm pursuing goes in front of it, blows the red light, goes in front of it. And then once the box truck passes, I'm cresting to the top of the exit ramp and observe the car to be crashed.
And can you tell the jurors, as you are seeing what you just described, how quickly does your vehicle get to the top of the ramp where the vehicle crash that you just described?
I was within seconds.
Okay, and, can you explain to the jurors, once you got to the top of the ramp, and the first things that you did and you saw?
So the first thing I did when I get to the vehicle, I observed the vehicle to be overturned. It's now facing south on Lennox Road. The vehicle's on fire and there's a huge debris field on Lennox Road. So at this point, I immediately grabbed the radio, contacted the radio to all the other night hauls. I need them en route to my location, and I need fire and EMS en route quickly.
And after you came over the radio and said that, can you tell the jurors, do you almost immediately get out of your car?
Yeah, as I'm pulling up is when I'm talking on the radio. As soon as I put my car in park, I exit my patrol car and go to the crashed car to start checking for occupants.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors, when you got out of your car, go to check for occupants, the first things that you observe and you see, of importance?
So I get out, walk around the vehicle. The motor compartment of the vehicle is on fire. Go around the vehicle, and since it's overturned facing south, car's facing this way. My patrol car's here, so I'm facing now the passenger side of this vehicle. I walk around, I observe the motor to be on fire, and I see a suspect laying across the front seats, like the front seat area, except the car's on its top. So the suspect was on his back with his feet across near the steering wheel compartment, and he was coming out of the front passenger window. He was wiggling, but he wasn't like actively exiting the vehicle, if that makes sense. So at this time, due to him and the fire, I retrieved my fire extinguisher from my patrol car and began extinguishing the vehicle fire.
Okay, and, as you did that, were you able to, put the fire out?
Yes, myself and TFC Ganell came and helped.
How quickly, did backup arrive after you radioed for help for what you had just described?
I mean, it was quick. I couldn't tell you the time, but it was quick.
And can you explain to the jurors, was the whole vehicle kind of up in flames, or was there areas that you could see that were just on fire, and that's where you were focusing your attention?
Yeah, it was just so like I said, the car had been crashed, and it was not a pretty crash, but the fire was in the motor compartment closer to the windshield. Does that make sense? It wasn't like towards the front bumper, so to speak, but towards the back of the motor.
Okay. And you said after you, I guess, got your extinguisher, you were putting out the fire, how many occupants did you initially see?
At the time, just one.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, the one occupant that you initially saw, did you see him as you were getting out of your car, walking to put out the fire?
So after I got my fire extinguisher?
When you initially got out, when you initially arrived to a stopping point after the car crashed, and you're radioing, and can you see the occupant?
No, so not immediately. I walk around the car and find him.
Okay. And where did you find him?
In like I said, the front seats, the car was overturned. The suspect was on his back with his feet in the driver compartment where the steering wheel and stuff is. And he was laid across the front seats with probably his chest area and above at the time coming out of the front passenger window.
Okay. And when you walked up to the vehicle and just noticed what you described, at any point did you see or did you notice the occupant in any sort of different positioning than what you just described?
The one that I initially saw?
Yes.
No, sir.
And did you see him moving about the front compartment of that vehicle?
His upper half was wiggling, trying to move.
Was he attempting to get out of the car?
Trying to wiggle out.
How, from start to finish, before anyone was able to be removed from the car, did the occupant you just described, the first person you saw, was it male or female?
That was a male.
And black, white,
A black male, yes, sir.
and did he always remain in that same position, before being extricated from the car?
He tried to sit up some. I mean, didn't sit all of it, but like would kind of lean up a couple times. While we're putting the fire to the vehicle, I'm talking to the guy that I had located. Hey, he keeps talk to me. Once we get the fire extinguisher, I asked the guy in the front, I was like, hey, is there anybody else in the car? It was at this point, he made a gesture with his right arm at the back window, you know.
And you kind of described his upper torso or upper part of his body, being able to move. From what you observed at the time you were there, did you ever see the male occupant be able to move his lower half from where you described as in the driver's compartment near the steering column, things of that nature?
No, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, you describe to them, when you are walking around the vehicle in the crash, is there liquids from the car, motor oil? Can you smell it? Is it coming out of the engine compartment?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe to the jurors that you were encountering the male in the front compartment of the vehicle? Is he in motor oil?
Yes, to an extent. He's on him, he's in it. It's where it's coming out of the motor.
And when you, during the time that you fire out, what is the most important thing as it relates to, what's your main concern at that point?
At this point, his life. I mean, it's trying to preserve his life and anybody else that's in the vehicle.
And you referenced Trooper Gunnell arrived and other members of the Night Hawks arrived as backup while you were there.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors who you can recall arrived to assist?
So I can't recall in what order they arrived, but so TFC Gunnell was there. Trooper First Class Buffington was there. Now he's a lieutenant, but at the time Sergeant First Class Logan Gass, who was the post commander of the unit. And then we had another slick sleeve Ayers that arrived on scene to help as well.
And as you continue to assist or provide care to the front occupant of the vehicle, you said that he made motion towards the back.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what happened as a result of him making the motion as you continue to look through the vehicle.
So due to the collision, the airbags had came out on the side of the window, so we couldn't directly see into the back of the car from where I was at. So when the front person had made motions towards the back area when asked me if I was in the car, it was at this point that I just moved that rear airbag to see another person in the back of the car.
Okay. And can you describe what you saw when you were able to look into the back seat of the vehicle?
So I see another black male in the back. It was a tight space, but head was more or less facing the same way. Head was towards the passenger window.
Okay. And when you were able to find the male passenger in the back seat, could you tell if they were still alive?
No, I couldn't tell.
Okay. Could you, at any point, as you continue to, were you calling out?
Yes.
At any point, did the person in the back respond?
No, sir.
Jurors, could you hear, I guess, the individual in the back breathing?
Yes, vaguely.
Back to the jurors, what you could hear as it relates to the breathing condition of the person in the back.
It's a very low breath. I mean,
And you continue to call out for the backseat passenger, you and your fellow troopers, as you continue to assist the two occupants now that you found.
oh, yes.
And can you tell the jurors at some point while you were on scene, did you become aware of a third occupant?
Yes, I did.
Kind of describe to jurors how you got that information, and where that third occupant was.
TFC Buffington asked me when I'm calling out of the radio, calling about the two suspects that I do have in the car. Buffington located the other one kind of up into the northeast of where this car was. And Buffington approached me and asked if I had noticed the other guy. And I did not at that time.
And the location of this new occupant. Can you describe to the jurors that you're coming off the exit from Georgia 400, you're going towards the traffic light you described, that you can take either a left or a right. Where was the occupant in regards to that kind of traffic light and the overpass concrete wall?
He was fairly close to the wall where the collision happened.
Can you describe for the jurors, in your observations and the car, can you tell the jurors based on what you observed that I guess the main impact, where was the car most damaged as it relates to the vehicle? Was it the back, front, side, left, right?
It was the front.
Okay. And at some point while you were on scene, your other members of law enforcement, the Atlanta Police Department, did they arrive?
Yes.
And can you tell the juror as it relates to this collision, kind of the role that members of the Atlanta Police Department play?
I really didn't talk to them too much, to be honest.
Okay. Were they, I guess, was anybody controlling that other cars from traveling through the area?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much everybody was on the scene if they weren't actively working. I mean, we had other troopers, APD was there, any kind of fire trucks. I mean, it was the joint effort as far as.
And did you remain on scene when Atlanta Fire as well as Brady EMS personnel arrived?
Yes.
Tell the jurors after the Atlanta Fire arrived, kind of what happened next relates to the occupants tracking the vehicle.
They began extricating the two out of the car and whatever care they provided to the other one.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what the remark was stating to the 142. And do you recognize stating to the the USB or the jump drive?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jurors, how do you recognize?
This is where my dash camera video has been saved to.
Have you had an opportunity prior to today to review the contents of State Exhibit 142? And it states that the video on State Exhibit 142, did they fairly and accurately depict your dash?
Yes.
That around the state lieutenant was marked State Exhibit 142 that.
No, sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
142 is admitted.
At some point, Trooper Clark, are you able to obtain or learn the identity of first the occupant who was in the front seat compartment of the vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who were you able to determine was that first occupant of the vehicle that you encountered in the front of it?
It was determined to be Kenneth.
Do this. And while I'm getting this set up, Super Clark, can you tell the jurors as it relates to your dash cam specifically from that evening, is it one video or is it two videos?
So we break it into two, once a pursuit is involved. That way the pursuit video can go ahead and be saved and uploaded.
And before we start, your dash cam, is this the area you've described as where you initially encountered or saw the white sedan speeding down I-75?
Yes.
Can you pause it for a second, please? It's fine that you stand. Is there an issue? I'm speaking to the jury.
Whatever, we can't even see that screen, there's too much glare for the fluorescent lights.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yeah.
Well, mood lighting. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Light.
The vehicle's overturned on fire. I need everybody to 1018. I got one guy still breathing. I got the whole fire extinguisher. I got one here. He's moving. Hey man, can you hear me? Stay with us, all right? You got anybody else in the car with you, man? Hey man, don't move, don't move. Don't move, just listen to me, okay? See if you can see anybody else in the car. Where at? I see it. Somebody's spraying. Hey man, can you hear me? Stay with me. Hey man, just stay with me, okay? Can you hear me? Can you get out? Hey, can you move? Hey, come to me, man. Stay with us, alright? Stay with us. Is anybody else in the car with you? I see somebody else. Hey, hold on. Quit moving, man. Hold on. Just stay. Sit right there, okay? 520. We got at least 3 officers. I need a... Hey, man.
You can have EMS on the line, that's my line. Just in the car line. I'm on the line for 4. Because we was on the top. We got at least 3 got one that's very good.
Right, man, okay? Look, we got EMS coming too, okay? Just sit tight for me.
Hang
tight, okay? Look, don't try to move. Look, man, just sit tight, okay? Who's this back here? Stop hitting, stop. Okay.
Pretty clear. I'm getting all of the information.
Just hang tight, okay? Can you hear me? Just stay with me, alright? I got an ambulance coming for you guys, okay? Stay with me, alright? me okay?
You don't have to worry about it, when I can't get it to smart.
What's your name? Can you hear me? What's your name? Who you got? Can you hear me? Let me stay with me, okay? Stay with me, all right? Yes, I got one right in the back here. I got two. You got more over here? Hang tight for me, okay? One here, and I think there's somebody over the fence. Over the fence? I don't know. Atlanta, see if we can get some units on the south. Shut 400 south down. Hey man, stay with me, okay? Stay with me, alright? Stay with me. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me, okay? I got two here. Yeah. Stay with me, guys, alright? Stay with me, you still there? Stay with me, man. Alright, I got a lot going on right now. We have 2 tractors over there and 1 agenda. Stay with me. Just stay on the phone with me. We're even here right now. Stay with me, man, okay? Yeah, if you just want to know for alright, get him up to 18. 400 seconds. 400 seconds. We need to stay with me. Stay with me, alright? Stay with me, man. Yep. Don't move, don't move, don't move. We're down on that. Right here. It's right here. He's breathing. I can hear him breathing. Yeah, I got one right here. I got my light on. We got 3. Yeah, 3 total.
I believe it's coming off of the main. The other main drive is available.
Atlanta just right down 23. We try 3 at 1 objective. Stay with me. Stay with me. The 2, right? Huh? 2 are in there. Yeah, I can see 2 right here. And you said there's a 3rd one? No. Okay. 22. So 2 in the track. Stay with me, alright? See, he's still moving. Hey, that's where? Where at? You see it? I don't see it. Hey, lay still, buddy. Lay still, lay still, lay still. We got help on the way. Will you go close my trunk and get my flashlight, please? There's nothing we can do. No. I mean, I put the fire out, the whole front was on fire. He's gone, and he's everything he's got. My flashlight's in the trunk. It's in the trunk. I mean, stay with me, okay? Look, we got help coming for you, all right? Stay with me, man. Look, we got help here for you, okay?
You have to turn that off and on first. You have to turn that off and on first.
No, please. Stay with me.
Well, as long as they need to get off at Linux, they just have to leave.
Stay with me, man. Stay with me. Calm down. Don't move. Don't move. Watch this, Sarge. Let's get him on some oxygen. Get in, you got gloves? Yeah. I need you. You get that for me? Oh, that's fine.
This is not even this is not at least one time.
Trooper Clark, as it relates to what we're watching, the first roughly 40 minutes of your dash cam. If, for the record, I'm stopping at 16 minutes and 2 seconds. In your review of the dash cam being there that night or early morning, does your dash cam remain on and pointed towards the vehicle during the continued, I guess, arrival of other members of law enforcement and fire and EMS?
Yes.
Okay. And this might be a good stopping point.
Okay. It is 12:30. We will break for lunch. During lunch, don't talk about the case. Don't conduct any outside research. When we come back, Trooper Clark will still be on the stand for continued direct examination. Then there'll be cross-examination, and then we'll see if you all have any questions for him. Let's try to get back in session by 1:30. Was an hour not enough for anyone? Hour was sufficient.
Too short.
Okay, you're gonna survive if we keep it just an hour, though? Okay. We'll keep it to 1 hour. Let's try to be back at.
I speak for the jury. If you want longer, that's fine. If you want, I think an hour is enough.
Good, an hour it is. Let's be back here by 1:30. We'll try to get you in court, get Trooper Clark back on the stand and pick up where we left off. Please don't talk about the case. As I mentioned, no outside research. And I will see everyone in about an hour.
We don't get just so now it's like 30 minutes.
No, don't leave yet, Trooper.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
I just said sit tight. You can stand if you want, but just hold on one second.
Get out of the car.
Let's check.
No, I have my phone with me. Yeah, as I'm getting out of the car.
All right, everyone else can be seated. Trooper, during the lunch break, it's important that you not talk with the prosecutors about your testimony. You're welcome to leave your papers right there, leave them with the state, take them with you, whatever you want. This is your spot when you come back, but we need you back here a little before 1:30. Okay? Anything from the state before we, I gotta get one thing on the record. You should step out.
And I was gonna remind him the same thing, and obviously don't talk to anyone about it.
During the recreation of Joseph Connor's testimony, we reached a point that was, the transcript I have is numbered page 79 through 88. It's part of a larger transcript from testimony that day. And the bottom of page 86, after Mr. Miller objected to Mr. Abate's question being leading, I overruled it. Mr. Abate started back into his question. And then I interrupted him and said, I'm not changing my ruling, but I want to remind you, I didn't say jury, but I said, I want to remind you, questions are not evidence. Mr. Abate's teeing something up. We'll see what the answer is. Only the answer is what you all consider as evidence. Those were my exact words. I declined to read those into the record as part of our recreation of Mr. Connors' testimony because I felt that would be an awfully clear indication that the prior hearing was a trial. I don't know who else I'd be talking to in the you all part of it. So I paused, didn't read that. Mr. Miller asked that I read it all into the record at the time in front of this second jury. I declined, but agreed that we would talk about it outside the presence of the jury, which we did. We had a sidebar out in the hallway, and I explained my concern to Mr. Miller and to the state. And I believe, Mr. Miller, your response after thinking it through and understanding what my concern was that you were withdrawing your request that I read to this jury everything I had said to the previous jury about questions not being evidence. Is that a fair enough recreation of our sidebar out in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Anything you want to add to that discussion?
No.
Okay, Mr. Abate, anything you want to add?
There you go.
All right, then I will consider the Connors matter as closed. We will pick up with Trooper Clark's testimony around 1:30. Anything else from the state before we break? How many other witnesses do you have after Trooper Clark?
2.
Okay, you think you'll still, Trooper Clark's gonna be on for a while. You've got more to do, and I'm sure Mr. Miller has a lot to do. So you still forecast we'll get through your case today? Okay. Mr. Miller, anything other than witness scheduling from the defense?
Just witness schedule.
Okay. Witness scheduling. I think you still should have a witness or two here. If I don't know the flow you're going to follow, but if you've got a couple witnesses who will take up at least an hour, that's who we'll need. I know we've got to get through Dr. Henninger as well. That's not going to be quick. And one more witness for the state, but Clark is going to take up a bunch of time. I just don't want to end early if we don't have to. And so if you could have a couple witnesses who you know won't just be 5 minutes, that'll be sufficient. You don't need 4 hours worth of witnesses. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on witness scheduling? All right. See everyone in about 50 minutes.
Before reporter was reading that back and they'll never read apology.
The colloquy meaning,
What did you say?
oh, they would just,
They never read that.
good.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wasn't sure. And then I realized, whoops,
Yeah, no,
that's,
that would never be right.
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, you're good to go. I needed you to be here all morning. So thank you for being here. You took some notes? Good. Any questions? It is different. Yep. All right. So you're all set. I let Ms. Johnson know you were here. So you check that box. I will see you coming on Thursday night. Don't be late. All right. See ya.
Just if you lean into those, let me speak.
Yeah, the chair you gotta really move. No wheels. Do we have all our jurors? Okay, well, let's get on the record then, please. We're back with State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is in court with his lawyers. We have our prosecutors. Trooper Clark is in position, back on the stand. Mr. Abadi, anything before the jurors come in? Mr. Miller? Okay, let's bring him in, please. Ooh, rim shot.
Take it over the gate.
Oh, they're taking their time.
All right, the jurors. Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. So I heard tell of a Mediterranean restaurant. Where is this place?
It's like 3 blocks, well, from
You gave me that name?
Yeah, I'm honored. Congratulations. Was it up Mitchell?
No, it's up, Peachtree, Woodruff Park, right?
Oh, all the way to Woodruff Park. Good for you guys.
Yeah.
Got a little constitutional in and you made it back in time, although I saw it just barely. All right. Well, good. That we can add that to our list. If everyone is back tomorrow, we'll know that you made it through. Good. We paused in the midst of Trooper Clark's testimony. We were partway through the direct examination. We're going to pick up where we left off. Trooper Clark remains under oath. Mr. Body will pick up the state's examination, and then we'll see if there are any defense questions. Or there may be no more state questions. Too many notepads. There's another one right underneath the monitor under your notepad. I don't know if that's the magic one.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I believe we left off. Trooper Clark, we were watching your dash cam. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And in the interest of time, I'm not gonna display all of it, but I want to start back up or just in that first video. Do you see?
Just a sec. Can you share it too when you're?
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
Great.
Okay. Do you see I guess the middle of?
I'm just lowering the lights again so the top monitor works for everyone.
The middle of the screen, in the middle of the dash cam, there's a date and time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell the viewers, so we are in this first video, you see at the bottom where it says 37:08, and then next to it, it's 38:27 for the total time of that video.
I'm gonna get those things.
Press stay muted and it'll go away. There you go.
So you see at the bottom, it says the length of the video is 38 minutes and 27 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that your video was broken up into, I guess, 2 parts or 2 sections?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to show you the second part on your, in State Exhibit 142. I believe it's 142.
Yes.
And do you see a date and time on the second video as it relates to your dash cam on April 9th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors the start time for this second video is what time?
It's approximately 3:35.
And is that approximately exactly where you left off, where it was left off on the first section of your video?
Yes.
And can you explain again why it's broken into 2 pieces? Is that to fit it onto a thumb drive or your system downloads it every 30 minutes-ish?
So with our in-car cameras, whenever we make a recording, make any kind of video and stop it, you label that video. So whether you're doing a test recording, if it was a traffic warning, a traffic ticket, a pursuit, a crash, a DUI investigation, drug seizure, you label your videos. And so with this one, like pursuits, drug seizures, DUIs, they save it in a higher definition than say our test recording. And so the point of that is to save the pursuit in higher definition and then the rest to still show what's going on in front of my car.
Okay. So the first segment that we saw, you would have labeled pursuit because that was in there.
Yes.
This segment, you're stationary. This is not labeled pursuit.
Correct. And so with it, once we like stop our pursuit videos, it automatically starts uploading to cloud. I don't know how the cloud works, but it goes there. And our supervisors can then, if they're not on scene, can then watch that video from their computers.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to, in the interest of time, I'm gonna fast forward it to about a minute into the video. Minute and 53 seconds. Or a minute, say 50 seconds. Can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and do you, well, I'll just ask you this question. The position in which you found the front occupant who you were able to identify or later identified as Kenneth Poole, prior to his extraction, did he remain in the same position in the same place while you were on the scene the entire time?
Yes, sir.
Trooper Clark, as we're watching here now, is this the point in which Mr. Poole is extracted from the area in the front of the vehicle that you described?
Yes, sir.
After watching now, it's 3:39 and 56 seconds into the video. Is this around the time where we watching the backseat passenger being extracted from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, were you able to make an identification, determine the identity of the individual found in the backseat compartment?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jurors, who did you learn or what did you learn his name to be?
That's Terrius Mocker.
For the record, I'm stopping the video at 3:40 and 35 seconds. That's the actual time on April 9th of 21. And then it's 4 minutes and 38 seconds into the second video on State's Exhibit 142. Now, Trooper Clark, can you tell the jurors, while you were on scene, did someone from Grady EMS, Grady paramedic, approach you while on scene?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So once Mr. Poole was receiving medical attention by Grady EMS, paramedic with Grady named Joe Connors approached me and told me this guy just told us he was driving. He was the driver of the car.
And can you tell the jurors did you seek out that information, or was that information just brought to you?
Yeah, he just told me.
And can you tell the jurors, did you, had you ever met or did you know Joe Connors before April 9th of 2021?
I did not.
Now, while you were also on scene, did you, can you tell the jurors, did you alert the other units or members of Georgia State Patrol due to the severity of the collision?
What do you mean?
Does Georgia State Patrol have a skirt team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, what does the skirt team do and what does that mean? What does skirt mean?
So our skirt team is our specialized collision reconstruction team. It is specialized unit, similar to how the Nighthawks is a specialized unit, and they reconstruct crashes, prosecutable fatalities, crashes that end up in fatalities from pursuits, things of that nature.
And can you tell the jurors, were you on the scene when members of the skirt team, specifically Corporal Lee arrived?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, once Corporal Lee arrives, you kind of turn, I guess, the scene over to him?
More or less, yes. So due to me being the primary trooper, Lieutenant Gass, or at the time Sergeant First Class Gass, conducts the initial, I guess, traffic and crash. Once skirt or a member of the skirt team arrives, they start doing whatever they have to do to reconstruct the crash, work the crash, and things of that nature.
And at any point, I guess, while that's going on, are you guys, is it kind of like you're working as a team, for lack of better words?
Oh, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remain on scene the entire time or do you go anywhere else?
I have left at some point.
Okay, and prior to you leaving the scene, do you know which hospital the defendant had been taken to?
Grady Hospital.
Tell the jurors, did you later, after you left the scene, go to Grady Hospital and speak to the defendant?
I did, yes.
Tell the jurors, why did you go to Grady to speak to Mr. Poole, the defendant?
Because I didn't get to speak to him on scene. We do that with every crash we work. If somebody gets transported, we go to the hospital they're at and talk to them about their side of the crash.
Okay, and tell the jury about that conversation you had with Mr. Poole.
So I walked into the room that Mr. Poole was in. I introduced myself, and I just asked why did he run from me, and he stated he didn't know. I asked him if the car was his. He said yes. I asked him if he was driving that car when it ran from me, and he told me yes.
And was your, I guess, conversation that you had with the defendant kind of limited to what you just described to the jurors?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors when you were interacting with him, did he seem alert?
Yes, sir.
Was he conscious and able to communicate with you?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember when, after you left the scene, that you went to Grady Hospital and spoke with the defendant?
I don't remember an exact time, but it was that evening within 24 hours of the crash.
When you had this conversation, Jeff, did you go alone or did you go with anyone else?
The two other troopers, TFC Gunnell and TFC Buffington, were at the hospital.
And while you were, I guess, after you had that conversation, you tell the jurors, what did you do next?
I left the hospital.
Okay. And as it relates to, I guess, your involvement in the crash, the investigation, was it on, I guess, hold while Corporal Lee worked on the collision reconstruction portion of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And let me just back up to the conversation that you had with the defendant at Brady. Was that conversation either video or audio recorded?
No, it was not, because like I stated earlier, the state patrol does not provide us with body cameras.
And are you provided with or assigned any sort of recording device?
So like I said, we have our body mics, but when you get that far away from the car, they don't pick up.
Now, is it standard protocol or tell the jury about, are you trained to use cell phones to record conversations like we have?
No.
And can you tell the jurors, the conversation that you described today, you have a defendant that you report that in the written report?
I've notated in my written report, yes, sir.
Now, during the next coming days and week, can you tell the jurors, were you in communication with Corporal Lee?
Yes, I was.
And while Corporal Lee is doing his part as it relates to his unit and the specialized reconstruction work, is he giving you updates as it relates to the things that he's doing?
I can't remember exactly if he called and told me anything, but if it's something that I need to know, he does let me know.
Okay. And at some point, based on your knowledge of the investigation, was Corporal Lee able to retrieve the airbag control module for the white defendant?
That's my knowledge, yes.
And as part of the investigation, were you also able to confirm, or were you able to confirm that the white Infiniti belonged to the defendant Kenneth Poole?
Yes, I was.
And while we're still talking about the scene, while you were on the scene, was a firearm recovered in midst of the wreckage in the middle of the road?
Yes, it was.
Now, after Corporal Lee was able to get the context or the data from the airbag control module, you tell the jurors were warrants for defendant's arrest taken out.
The warrants were secured, yes.
And who are the warrants secured by?
Me.
Tell the jurors if you can recall about the date that the warrants were secured.
I've got it written in my report if I'm able to check that.
Looking at your report without fresh recollection, yeah, and just look up if your recollection is correct.
Yes. So the warrants were secured on April 16th, 2020.
And can you tell the jurors after you secure, what did you secure warrants for?
I've got a list of them on paper. I can't remember right offhand everything that we got warrants for.
Looking at your report without the fresh recollections to the entire warrants that you took valid.
For refreshing recollection, I should be shown what it's looking at.
Okay, I'm sorry, he's been looking at that for a while now. I assumed you knew what it
I
was.
see over I didn't know that he'd been doing that.
Okay. You're welcome to come take a look at it. So I don't need you to read the whole thing right now. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, I would object to
Can you put it down if you recognize what it is?
Yeah, I would object to that being marked up. There is a report that you refer to. That is a clean copy.
Okay, take a seat. Overruled. You can refresh your recollection with anything you want. The defense attorney is entitled to know what it is. He's seen what it is. The question before you is, do you recall what warrants you took out? And if you've been able to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you should share with the jury what you remember.
I don't have the exact charges wrote down, but warrants were secured for 2 counts of murder, felony fleeing, and miscellaneous other violations that happened during the pursuit.
And after you secured the warrants that you just described, can you tell the jurors what you did next as it relates to this case?
Once the warrants were secured, the process for getting warrants is you have to present it to a judge, explain your PC for the warrant, things of that nature for the warrant to even get signed by the judge. Once the warrants were secured, I went to Grady Hospital, spoke with Mr. Poole, and told him, there are active warrants out for your arrest. When you're released from the hospital, you need to turn yourself in to the Fulton County Jail.
And do you remember, you said the warrants were secured, it was sworn out on the 16th of April. Do you remember when you went and had that conversation with the defendant?
At some point after the warrants were signed.
Okay. And you said he was still at Grady Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was Mr. Poole discharged from Grady?
At some point, yes, he was.
And did you get information that Mr. Poole was arrested?
No.
Okay. Well, do you know after Mr. Poole was discharged from Grady, did he turn himself in like you told
He did not.
him? Okay. Thanks. And I apologize. Do you recognize the person who you have described as in full here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
If you will identify where in the courtroom he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's sitting in the middle of the table on the right wearing a suit.
I don't have further questions at this time.
Mr. Miller or Ms. Bird, questions for Trooper Clark?
Trooper Clark, you've been with GSP since 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time of this accident, this was in 2021, that's also correct?
Yes, sir.
You began working with the Nighthawks, was that 2018, am I correct?
It would have been 2019.
2019. So roughly about 2 years since you had been on Nighthawks prior to this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Primary responsibility is to do DUI calls. Is that correct?
Locate and apprehend impaired drivers, yes.
All right. And regarding this incident, take it April 9th, 2021. You just testified to that date, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you first noticed that white Infiniti was it on I-85 North at the split, or was it prior to that split?
So it was right there in the general area of the split.
All right, and once you noticed that car, you said that you stopped it because visually you could tell that it was going too fast. Is that correct?
For failure to maintain lane, and I checked the speed of my radar at 95 and a 55, yes.
All right. And so after doing that, you saw that that car was going too fast for that part of the highway. Is that correct?
I mean, just going over the speed limit.
Yeah, speed limit there is what, 55? Yes. All right, he was doing 95, clearly over speed limit.
Yes, sir.
All right. You chose not to turn your lights on at that time because you wanted him to get to that gorge, correct?
Correct.
In order for you to catch up to his car, you had to speed. Is that also correct?
To catch up to him, yes.
All right. You also did not have your blue lights activated, correct?
Correct.
I didn't see you putting on your blinkers either, were you?
I don't recall.
All right. You do recall that under GSP policy, if you are breaking the law, you have to have your sirens and your lights activated. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but you did not.
Like I said, I can't recall.
Right. About how many miles did that car go before he got to that gorge?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
Okay.
I can tell you where we were at to where the gore was, though, but as far as putting a number on it.
As far as putting mileage on it, you can't tell how far you were breaking the law before you put your blue lights on?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as you knew, you could not tell how many people were in that vehicle, could you?
No, sir.
The windows were tinted on that car?
To my recollection, yes.
All right, you couldn't tell if the driver was a male or a female, could you?
No, sir. I could not see inside the vehicle.
Could not tell any hairstyle as well, huh?
No, sir. I couldn't see inside the
I
vehicle.
apologize. Can you start that, please? Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
We don't actually strike anything, but we'll keep going.
All right, as it's 3 a.m., a car going 95 and 55 is a dangerous condition. You would agree?
Yes, sir.
And you stated that that vehicle started switching and swerving lanes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you suspect that that person was DUI at that time?
I have no idea.
All right, you just know that they're switching and swerving lanes, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Speeding and failure to maintain lane.
All right, once that car got on Georgia 400, you ran the tags on that car, is that correct?
No, sir.
When did you run the tags?
I don't recall, but when I initially stopped the car, I called out the tag. I did not run the tag.
All right, on direct, I believe you said once they got on Georgia 400, you gave that license tag to
Dispatch.
dispatch.
Correct.
Okay, so it's a difference.
Yes.
Okay, so you gave the tag to dispatch, but that's a difference between telling dispatch what the tag is and actually running that tag, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you were not aware if that car was stolen, correct?
Correct.
Did dispatch tell you that that car was stolen?
No.
All right, you were not aware if that car didn't have insurance, were you?
No, sir.
Did dispatch tell you that the car did not have good insurance?
I can't recall.
All right. You had no information about the license. You did not know if the driver of that vehicle had a suspended license, did you?
No, so I said at the time when I started, I did not know who the driver was.
I'm sorry?
Like I said, the time I tried to stop the vehicle, I did not know who the driver was.
All right. And dispatch didn't tell you that there was a suspended license for that vehicle owner?
Not to my recollection, no.
According to your report, what's the approximate time that you saw that vehicle?
I'm allowed to refresh my memory.
If something will help you refresh your memory, you should ask the lawyer if he wants you to. If he doesn't want you to, then maybe you're not gonna be able to remember.
Please,
Second,
please.
check report.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, it was approximately 3:03 hours.
All right. This report that you're refreshing your recollection is, that's not a clean copy of your report, is it?
No, sir. I mean, it's got pen writing on it.
All right, it's got all kind of pen writings on it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
A lot of notes were being taken on that report, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Whose report is it?
I mean, it's my report, but I
Whose
didn't.
writing is it?
That's not mine.
That's not your writing on that report?
No, I haven't wrote on it today. No, sir.
I see that report.
Absolutely.
So on this report that you're refreshing your recollection with, under this last note under here where it says, was he arrested or not? That's not your handwriting?
No, sir.
Who gave you that?
I was handed it to when I got here.
By the state?
Yes, whoever gave me my report.
And instead of giving you a clean report, they gave you a report with all type of notes already included on that report?
This is what they handed me.
All right. When you got to that ramp, on that report, when you got to that ramp, do you know how fast that car was going to the exit for Lenox Road?
Approximately 130 miles an hour.
Are you aware of how fast your car was going at that point?
No, sir.
All right. When you were on the video, it shows that once that car got to the top of the hill, your vehicle was still at the bottom of that ramp. Is that correct?
I don't think I was at the bottom, but I wasn't at the top of the ramp.
All right. But how many feet would you say you're away at that point?
It's not far, but I'm not close to him either.
All right. We'll watch the video in a little bit. You said once you appeared, once you got to the actual crash scene, you said you didn't initially see anybody, correct?
Correct.
On direct. And then after you walked up to the video, you described that you saw one individual that was hanging out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir. After I walked around the car.
After you walked around the car, and you stated that immediately upon seeing that person, you could see their head coming out of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you could see that their legs were going across the front part of that vehicle, correct?
So right at then, I don't know if that was when I saw it, but I know I saw from the shoulders up right then. That was why I went and got my fire extinguisher.
No, you saw the shoulders immediately, but you can't say that you saw the feet later on.
No, I'm saying I can't say that I saw the feet right then.
Okay, at what point would you say that you saw the feet?
I don't know how to put it. I mean, at some point.
All right. Fire EMS has, or we've had previous testimony of an individual that was with Mr. Poole for 45 minutes and cannot detail where his feet were, but you're able to tell this jury that you were able to see it almost immediately. Is that correct?
Don't answer the question yet.
It's an improper question.
It is, you can argue to the jury, you don't impeach one witness with another witness's testimony. Next
We'll move
question.
forward. In your report, you did not write the location of those feet, did you?
No, sir.
In your report, you did not write the location of that second individual either, did you?
No, sir.
You told us today where those feet were, correct?
Correct.
And because GSP does not have any body cam, we cannot see what you were seeing when you were looking into that car, correct?
You can see my dash camera. Yes.
Only the dash cam.
Yes, sir.
Dash cam does not show the position of those bodies inside the car, does it?
It shows from the chest up what I saw.
All right.
Front seat.
And then you went to the hospital almost immediately, correct?
Like I said, I don't know if it was almost immediate, but at some point, yes, I did go.
All right. Now this isn't our first time meeting,
No, sir.
not our second time meeting.
No, sir.
We've met 3 times, maybe even more, correct?
I think it's about 3, yeah.
About 3 times. And during those 3 times, I've questioned you a few times, or a lot, right?
Right.
And what we have discussed is the time that you went to that hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In May of 2024, do you remember stating that you went to the hospital immediately after the collision?
I'm gonna check that. I believe what he's trying to do is impeachment, but rather than in front of it.
Right, let's, if during this cross-examination, you're gonna wanna talk to Trooper Clark about prior testimony, you do it the right way. So, if you wanna pose a question not based on that, you can, and then if you wanna refresh his recollection, you can, but you don't get to do what you just did.
So you're telling this jury that you did not go immediately, correct?
So obviously after the crash happens, we were there on scene handling other things involving the crash. Once those things were handled, then after that, I had went to the hospital. Yes.
All right, so that I'm clear, after everything was handled at the accident scene, then you went to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
All right. And like I said, or like you said, this is our third time speaking, correct?
Yes.
When we spoke, you've never told me that, who went to the hospital with you? Who are you saying you went with this time?
So I didn't go with them, but they were there when I went there. Yes. TSC Gunnell and TSC Buffington were there.
So Buffington and Gunnell were there when you went to the hospital, correct?
They were there before I got there. Like I said, I don't recall if they stayed or if they left when I got there. But yes, they were there when I went.
And you're telling us now that they were in that room with you, or they were just at the hospital?
I can't recall where they were at. I just know they had went before me, and when I got there, I did my thing.
When you went to the hospital, when you went to the room where you claimed you were there with Mr. Poole, who was in that room with you?
That I don't recall.
All right, so you can't say that Officer Gunnell was in that room with you till that came.
Judgment has to.
Overruled, but let's just cover it one time.
So what time?
You can't say that Officer Gunnell was in that room with you when you went to see Mr. Poole, can you?
No, sir.
Cannot say that Officer Buffington was in that room when you went to see Mr. Poole, can you?
No, sir.
Prior to, you worked dispatch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was prior to going to trooper school, correct? Part of dispatch is, getting called from troopers about their locations, is that correct?
Yes, it can be. Yes, sir.
All right, and what a trooper will do is if you're going on break, you would let dispatch know that you're going on break, correct?
No,
You would not?
no.
You would just go on break?
You don't have a break. I mean, you go to lunch,
All
but
right,
even then, you're still subject to receive calls, so you're not on the break.
all right. Your car has GPS system?
I believe the computer does. Yes, sir.
All right, so, does dispatch have a way of knowing where your car is?
As long as the GPS is working, yes.
All right. Are you saying that your GPS is not working this day?
No, I'm saying is if it's working, they can tell, but sometimes it goes in and out.
All right, so when you radio the dispatch, there is a log that shows all of everything that you've radioed, correct?
I don't know if this comes in if you just based off you calling it, but I know you type notes into the call.
All right, you familiar with is it what, call detail log?
Just like the notes to the call, yes.
Right, or like a CAD?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that CAD should have all of your whereabouts, correct?
It depends on what we're doing.
All right. You didn't produce a CAD report that showed you went to the hospital, did you?
We don't make a whole new report just for going to the hospital. It falls under the current call that I'm on, which would be the pursuit. And if you were to go somewhere, you could or could not type it in the notes of that call.
All right. That current call does not reflect, or you did not produce anything that shows that on that current call, you went to the hospital, do you?
I did not know.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you speak to a nurse or a doctor about his condition?
That I don't recall.
You're unaware of any medication that had already been administered to Mr. Poole?
Correct.
You did not ask if anyone if it was okay for you to go into that room, did you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he was in trauma or had been stabilized?
It's just been 5 years. I mean, he was in a room. He wasn't getting like actively worked on.
You said that he was just in the room?
Yes, I mean, he was in a room. Like I said, I don't know where,
All
what
right.
kind of room he was in.
You don't know that he wasn't getting actively worked on?
Like there was not people there actually working on him. He was in the bed.
Right, because it was just you and him in that room, correct?
Like I said, I can't recall who else was in there.
Were you made aware of any drugs that the paramedics may have administered to him on the way to the hospital?
I was not, no.
You said that he was alert, correct?
Yes,
You're telling this jury that he was conscious, correct?
yes,
You're saying that he was, yes, he was breathing, correct?
yes,
And you're saying that he was talking as well.
yes, sir.
Was billing lady in the hospital with you?
I do not recall.
Now, although he is alert, conscious, able to have a conversation with you, the only thing that you have that you asked him was you introduced yourself to him?
Yes, sir.
What was his response?
I don't recall. I don't know if he'd responded or not.
All right. You asked him why he ran from you?
Yes, sir.
And then he, according to your report, he said, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
You asked him if he had a good reason for running from you?
Yes, sir.
And then according to your report, he said no?
Correct.
Then you asked him if the car was his?
Yes, sir.
He replied yes?
Correct.
No other response from him?
I asked if he was driving the car. He said yes.
And you said yes as well?
Yes.
And then at that time, you decided you needed to leave?
Yes, sir.
There were no other questions that you asked?
No, sir.
You know if you asked him more questions or you do not recall?
I don't recall. I mean, I believe that's all I asked him.
All right, and so this person who was coherent, able to have clear conversations is only giving you 1, 2, 3 word answers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was asking one word questions. Questions that required a one word response.
In your report, and if you need to refer to the marked up report that you were given, please do so. Does it have the date that you went to the, that you received those responses from Mr. Poole?
No, sir.
All right. In that marked up report that you can refer to if you need to, does it have the time that you went to the hospital to speak with Mr. Poole?
No, sir.
When this questioning was done, you already suspected that he was a driver. Is that correct?
I wasn't sure. That's why I went and saw him.
You weren't sure?
Correct.
Yeah. Now you're telling us today that you would agree that you did not believe that Mr. Poole was the driver, or let me rephrase. When you went to that hospital, you're saying you were unsure if he was the driver?
It was a possibility he was, yes.
At the scene,
Just, I don't know if you want your notes.
oh, sure, appreciate it.
Notes don't help.
Now on direct, Jesus. Mr. Abate stopped at 16 minutes and 2 seconds. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. It's at 18 minutes and 27 seconds. Did you hear that?
What was that? I mean, I heard something, but I couldn't make it out.
Is there a way we could turn it up, Your Honor?
You're in control of audio and visual.
See what this does.
When you just go to work, you ask questions.
Now you're mic'd up. You're mic'd up at this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what we hear is all he had to do was stop. That was you stating that, correct?
Yes.
All right. At
Skirts all day, and all I had to do was stop. Okay, come on.
You heard that again. That's you being mic'd up, correct?
It's either mine or someone close to me, yes.
All right. The part that said all you had to do was stop, that's you making that statement, correct?
It is, yes.
All right. Now, the part where it says it's his fault, is that you or is that someone else?
No, that's my, well, at the time he was postman, now he's lieutenant.
That was a lieutenant. Who?
Gas.
Gas said that.
Yes, sir.
Now, at this time, has skirt been called?
I don't recall.
But they definitely hadn't completed an investigation, correct?
At that time?
Yes.
No, sir. Yeah, they hadn't completed their investigation.
All right. And so all he had to do was stop. You were talking about Mr. Poole, correct?
Whoever was the driver, yes.
Now, GSP does not have body cams, is that correct?
Correct. Well, some of our like guys that work at the Capitol have them.
Some of the guys that work where?
Like at the Capitol that are inside when they're performing their duties.
Okay.
A couple of them have some.
I've come to understand that there are special units that wear them as well. Is that also correct?
Maybe. I know the Nighthawks do not have.
All right. Nighthawks don't, but also GSP that may patrol in more rural areas may have body cameras as well. Is that
To
correct?
my knowledge, none of the regular field troopers have body cameras. It's the troopers that are inside the Capitol.
All right. But because you don't have body cam footage, there was no way that that statement that you said happened inside the hospital was memorialized, correct?
As far as like it wasn't recorded.
Right, memorialized, yeah.
Yes, sir, it was not recorded on camera.
All right, we don't have any audio that we can share with the jury, do we?
No, sir.
And there's no video, of course, that the jury can see.
Correct.
And you didn't have Mr. Poole write anything or sign anything saying that he made that statement.
I did not know, sir.
At the scene, you said that you had spoke with paramedic Joseph Connors. Is that correct?
I believe Joseph, yes, sir.
Joseph Connors.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you're telling this jury that at the scene, Joseph Connors told you that Mr. Poole told him that he was a driver. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you had that interaction with Joseph Connors, your dash cam and your mic is still present because you're at the scene, correct?
Should be, yes.
And that interaction with Joseph Connors is not on that video, is it?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, sir.
All right, nowhere on that dash cam video do we see Joseph Connors speaking to you, do we?
No, sir.
And at a later date, when you're doing your investigation, did you go to Mr. Connors and say, can you sign this statement saying that Mr. Poole told you that he was a driver of this vehicle? Correct. So for the jury here, we have nothing objective to show that this even happened, do we?
So as far as the video goes, no, because not everything on the scene can be fit into a dash camera. Because the scene, as big as it is, the dash camera records straight out the front of the windshield.
Answer is no.
Correct.
And as far as the audio goes, because the dash cam only records straight out, as far as the audio goes, what is actually on you, there's nothing audible that has Mr. Connors making that statement, is there?
No, sir.
Now, we can hear audibly that it was his fault from Lieutenant Gas, can't we?
Yes, sir.
But nothing from Joe Connors.
Correct.
You were the initial officer on the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're the investigating officer for the crash, is that also correct?
No.
Who's the investigating officer?
At the time, Sergeant First Class Logan Gass was working the crash.
That would have been Gas?
Yeah, or the initial crash.
Whose responsibility is it to log evidence?
As far as like what's found,
Evidence. Whose responsibility is it to log evidence?
what kind of evidence? I mean, you're talking about the report, the diagram,
Everything that was at the scene. Evidence.
Uh,
Whose responsibility?
whoever's working the crash.
Whoever worked crash. You were working the crash.
No,
All right. Who was working the crash?
I just said Sergeant First Class Gass.
All right. So it's Gas' responsibility to log that evidence. Is that correct?
Should be between him and Skirt since they're both working the crash.
All right. And as part of that, there should be an inventory sheet of things found. Is that correct?
Normally, yes.
All right. You didn't do that inventory sheet, did you?
No, sir, because I did not investigate the crash.
All right. Should Gas have done that inventory sheet?
I can't say. I mean, it's between him and Skirt. They were the two that were investigating the crash.
All right. And so as far as you know, there should have been an inventory sheet done and should have been done by either Gas or by someone by the skirt team. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you seen an inventory sheet in this?
I have not.
One of the biggest pieces of evidence in this case would be that car. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The car, you're not gonna put that in the evidence room. It has to go to a tow yard. Is that also correct?
Wherever Skirt sends it. I'm not on Skirt team. I don't know how they conduct all their business.
You familiar with a tow sheet?
Absolutely.
All right. Purpose of a tow sheet is to log what's inside of that car, correct?
Correct.
Also to place a hold on that car so everyday citizens can't just go in and out of that car. Is that correct?
You don't always place a hold on the car, no.
A car where you have a car such as this one that was involved in a crash, where you have two deceased people, it's a car that should have a hold on it. Is that correct?
Like I said, I'm not on Skirt. I didn't wear the crash.
And you weren't responsible for putting a hold on that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
That would have been Skirt or Gas.
Correct. Whoever's along with the crash.
You know the purpose of putting a hold on a car?
I think I maybe have done it once the entire time I've been a trooper. And it was at some point involved in a fatal.
Some point what?
It was involved, the hold that I would have put on a car would have been involved in a prosecutable fatal.
Fatal, meaning someone died in the crash.
Yes. Just to my knowledge, the hold is for Skirt to be able to get there and investigate.
There's marijuana found on the scene, is that correct?
On somebody's person, yes.
All right, on the person of Devin Jones, correct?
Can I refresh my memory?
Yeah, you can look at that marked up report that you have in front of you.
Yes, Mr. Jones, by the ME.
All right, was that part highlighted on that report?
What do you mean?
Mr. Jones, was that part highlighted?
It's where I typed it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm talking about the marked up part. Did they mark it up for you and highlight that portion?
No.
That handgun that was found, do you need to refer to your marked up report to see what the serial number of that handgun was?
Do you expect me to recall a serial number? Yes.
Please.
All right.
What was it?
It was a Boy George Nora X-ray 147.
Now, that handgun that was found, you, as part of trooper school, you're required to know your policy manual. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what you do is you, Lieutenant Gas, anyway, how do you acknowledge that you've read a portion of the policy manual?
Sign it. I mean, like now it's electronic, used to be handwritten.
Okay, so if there's any updates, you would read that portion of the update and then electronically sign that portion. Is that correct?
Yes.
As part of the Georgia State Patrol policy, when it comes to handguns being found, it is a policy of Georgia State Patrol to do a check of that handgun. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
You're also not aware of where that handgun or who that handgun belonged to, are you?
Correct. I didn't locate it.
All right, you didn't run a GCIC on that, did you?
I don't recall if I did or somebody else did.
On direct, you stated that when you asked if anyone was in the car, that Mr. Poole started gesturing towards the back of the car, correct?
Made some sort of gesture with his right arm, yes.
All right. What was the gesture?
Like I said, it was in the area when I asked about it. Like I said, he was in the front compartment when I asked about it. His right arm came back and went towards the rear of the vehicle.
All right. Have you ever said that to me before?
As far as what?
That he was gesturing?
I don't recall. It's been,
You don't recall ever saying that before?
been however many years.
We have known each other for a while, haven't we?
Yeah, I would say so.
And throughout our friendship, the first time that's being heard is today.
Is that a question?
Correct?
To my knowledge.
Hey, come to me, man. Stay with us, all right? Stay with us. Is anybody else in the car with you? I see somebody else. Hey, hold on. Quit moving, man. Hold on.
Is that the gesture you were referring to?
At some point, he's, I believe he touches the rear airbag.
You talking about right then?
No.
Or another part?
At some point in the video. So I remember telling him to quit hitting it.
All right. I found this part too where you asked him.
See if you can see anybody else in the car. Where at? I see it. Stand by, you spraying.
Now, right there, he didn't make any gestures either, did he?
No, sir.
All right, and that last time that I showed, you wouldn't say that he was gesturing towards anybody at that point, would you?
Like I said, his arm just moved towards the back of me. He didn't point or anything.
All right, but you characterize it as him gesturing that someone was there.
Correct.
Now you're saying that his arms were just moving.
No, he moved his arm towards the rear of the vehicle. Like I say, he didn't, stand there and point at it or anything.
You stated that, did you state that you went to the hospital on the 16th? Or you secured warrants on that day?
I secured the warrants on the 6th.
Secured the warrants on that day. And you said you later went to the hospital to let him know that he needed to turn himself in, correct?
Correct.
When you went to the hospital that time, did you drop those warrants off at the graded detention?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Now, there is a portion of Grady where inmates are located, is that correct?
Where they can be held, yes, sir.
All right, and it's all the way at the very bottom of that, is that correct?
You don't go upstairs, it's lower level.
All right, and that whole area is secured, isn't it?
Let's have like the key card access to get in and out.
All right, and so even for doctors or nurses that are going to see a patient, they have to have a key card in order for them to go into those rooms, is that correct?
So to my knowledge of that area, I don't know if doctors go in or if they grab the patients and take them out.
All right, but that's the area where if someone is an inmate, they would go to that area.
Not necessarily, no.
All right, but there is a portion of the hospital that is dedicated for, God bless you, that is dedicated towards inmates, is that correct?
If they have an officer there, yes.
All right, and the warrants that you claim that you had were never taken to Grady?
No, sir.
There was never a hold placed on Mr. Poole, was there?
At the hospital?
Correct.
No, sir.
All right, so when he was released, no one at Grady, to your knowledge, would have told him that he could not leave?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Did anybody go with you when you went to tell him that?
That I don't recall.
You don't remember being there with anybody at that time either?
I said I don't recall who else was there.
And you don't know what day you went to do that either, do you?
No, sir, not right off the top of
You
my
don't
head.
know what time you went either, do you?
No, sir.
You know who was in the room when you went to do that?
Like I said, no, sir.
When he initially went to the hospital, Mr. Poole are you aware of when Mr. Poole initially went to the hospital, if he had an alias?
No, sir.
You know how you were able to determine what room Mr. Poole was in?
Somebody would have had to told me at the hospital.
As a Georgia State Patrol, you have a large latitude of discretion when it comes to pursuits. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so you don't necessarily have to call for a supervisor to ask them if you have to continue. You can end it on your own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
According to the policy manual that you've already signed, one of the things to consider when considering ending a pursuit is if you already have the tag information on that vehicle. Is that also correct?
If you know who's driving.
Does the policy manual say if you know who the driver is or if you have the tag?
If you know who the driver is, unless extenuating circumstances exist, then you're not supposed to pursue.
And in this case, you had no clue who the driver was, did you?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Body, any redirect?
Yeah. I want to get this set up. Trooper Clark.
Hold on one second. Can you unshare? I think you're still. Yep. It's the season to share, but I'm gonna stop. I'll do it. That's sure.
While I'm getting this set up, Trooper Clark, can you tell me who gave you that report? Was Mr. Rao?
Second?
Did Mr. Rao give you that report?
So no.
Okay, did the investigator, did she give you that report?
Which one's the
The investigator, Lancica, excuse me, did she?
Yes.
Okay, did you know that I've been looking for that all morning?
No.
Okay. And is there anything on that report, as you've gone through it, the highlighting or the underlining, or any secrets that says, Trooper Clark, don't forget this?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Say anything about Trooper Clark, answer this question this way?
No, sir, not that I've
Is it
seen.
highlighting a report that you wrote
Correct.
and that you provided to all parties?
Yes.
You want to look through one more time? Is there anything on that report that's scandalous or that tells you how to answer a question?
Well, my name is underlined.
Make you feel special?
Everything that's underlined is stuff that I wrote.
I want to be clear. Did I give you that report?
No, sir.
Now, I want to go to States Exhibit 142 and start at 6 minutes and 58 seconds.
Stay tired. Who's it back here?
Trooper Clark, is that what you were referring to earlier on Cross when you had to tell them to stop hitting the back area of the?
Yes, with a rear curtain airbag.
Now, I just want to ask you a few more questions as it relates to what you first observed when you arrived or when you got out of your car at the exit on Lennox Road. Can you tell the jurors while you were on scene, from the time that you got out of your car to the time that the occupants were extracted from the white Infiniti, was there anybody else ever seated or positioned in the front compartment of the vehicle where we see, as you described, Mr. Poole in your dash cam?
No, so he was the only one located in the front.
And in your time being outside of your car, putting out the fire, giving medical care to or keeping the defendant calm, at any point, is anybody else ever seen moving towards the driver's compartment of the vehicle?
No, sir.
And while you were on scene, is the person you were able to identify later as Mr. Minor, was he always located in the back seat of the car?
Yes, he was.
Now, Ms. Miller asked you about going to Grady Hospital initially. Do you remember talking to you about that?
Yes,
And can you tell the jury, did you go to Grady Hospital after you left the scene?
I did, yes.
And he talked about whether you memorialized. Do you remember asking about whether it had been reported and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Was it memorialized in your report?
It was, yes.
I'm just gonna ask you, were you lying when you wrote in your report and you testified to the jury that you went and interviewed the defendant at Grady Hospital after the collision?
No,
Were you lying when you told the jury and you recorded in your report the?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's consideration that the jury should be taking into. I think asking him if he was lying about something bolstered.
I think this is rehabilitation following a thorough and sifting cross-examination. Overruled.
Were you lying when you wrote in your report and you told the jury the questions, the simple questions that you asked the defendant, Kenneth Poole?
no, I was not.
And were you lying when you wrote in the report and you told the jury the answers that you heard him provide?
No, I was not.
And after we talked directly on the cross a little bit about the warrants and you going to the hospital after you got the warrants. Remember talking to Mr. Miller about that on cross?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you go to the hospital after you got warrants?
Yes, sir.
You remember the specific time that you got to the hospital or the exact date that you went?
I do not know.
But as you sit before this jury, do you remember going to the hospital and telling the defendant about the warrants that had been taken out?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember Cross, Mr. Miller was talking to you about Grady holding a holding cell or things that I guess people could be placed into custody, Grady?
Yes, sir.
Was that an option that you could have done that day that you went to Grady Hospital and to inform the defendant of the warrant?
Not really. So the way the detention center works, they only have a few cells in there, and that's all they are. It is a cell where they can move a hospital bed into, and they have like a TV in the corner. Okay. Mr. Poole was obviously receiving extensive medical treatment. Asking the hospital to stick him in an empty cell with a TV, that's not going to work. So no, he was not I did not ask to have him moved.
Why not?
So, I mean, he had to receive medical care.
But you said he had to receive medical care. Did you want to do anything to interrupt or harm his medical care?
No.
You still, like you talked about, when you arrived on scene, his saving his life was important. Remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
Want to do anything to interrupt or prevent that from happening?
No, sir.
That's why you told him about the warrants and then informed him when he could to turn something?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say you did that out of compassion?
Yes, sir.
And very briefly, we talked about the dash cam extensively, both on direct and cross. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And your dash cam, is it stationary or stationary, windshield or wherever it is positioned in front of your car?
Yes.
When does it move?
If we move it, like from inside the car, we have to move it.
And can you tell the jurors if your microphone is not in specific proximity to your vehicle, does it pick up the conversations you're having?
It is not.
And would you agree that during the time that you remained on scene while Ben was being extricated from the car and initial medical personnel were working with the fire department, that you had, there's a lot of conversations that weren't picked up on your mic?
Right. Yes, sir.
Did you do that because you were lying about speaking with Joe Connors?
No, sir.
And did you do that because you wanted to hide anything from this jury?
Yes.
Do you control the Wi-Fi ability of your mic in proximity to your car?
No, sir, I don't.
If you had a body cam back mic, would you have been wearing it?
Yes, sir.
Left, brother.
Mr. Miller, anything on recross?
You would agree that it's important to document everything that happens in the case, is that correct?
It depends on what you're talking about, everything. I mean, we document the case, what happened. If I stop and have to use the bathroom on the side of the road, I'm not going to document that, or things of that nature.
You would agree that it's important to document what's important in the case, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You stated on, when speaking with earlier, you stated that when you got, that Mr. Poole did not move from the time that you got on the scene. Is that correct?
He did not come out of the vehicle initially when I was there, no.
All right. Would you characterize him as crawling out of the passenger side of the car?
Wiggling.
Would you say crawling?
So wiggling.
All right. Kind of refresh your recollection on how you stated you had originally saw Mr. Poole coming out of the car.
Yes. Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Now, after refreshing your recollection, have you characterized Mr. Poole as crawling out of the front passenger side of the vehicle?
Wiggling, yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Jurors, questions? Suspect? Only one per juror. New quota. I'll impose a tariff.
He's not gonna say something.
Hope you got OT today, Trooper.
No, we don't get overtime.
You know, it's bad when some of these cards come pre-numbered. 4, 5, 6. It's not bad. It's inquisitive. If you're growing, we're probably gonna need more cards for these folks. Do we have it in the budget? We ran out of snacks. Don't write on the back of the card, please. So while I'm talking with the lawyers for the next 40 minutes, you all don't go all at once. If you need to use the restroom during this time, do that. We will take an afternoon break, but we're going to do that at least after we get through Trooper Clark's testimony, which is far from done. So you should feel free during the next few minutes, a couple at a time, to use the restroom. Lawyers?
Go, Mr. Miller.
That's it.
We'll work around it. I can run. Oh, yeah. You know, oh, yeah, they're coming on down. Maybe that's squeeze. Yeah.
You don't ever.
Yeah.
No, from the.
Yes.
It's so bad.
I'm serious.
This is weather nicer down there.
Oh, Miller. I make my best. Really? Yeah, that's a really good so I can't believe you don't. You can still do it. Yeah. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm on. Really? We don't say.
Got to win this weekend now. Alabama.
It's always, you know. You're gonna land on it.
Yeah. Say again?
Yeah, we'll watch.
That's right.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, scream at TV.
I wish we wouldn't have made it though.
Huh?
I wish we would have missed the SEC game.
You're a rock star.
No, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Trooper, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. The radar readings from GSP are they recorded in any way?
They're not. They pop up on the display. You can lock it so that you can see the speed, but they're not logged down anywhere.
Explain to the jury again why you didn't stop the pursuit once you were able to get the tag number of the white sedan.
So again, I know it's a common misconception. Get the car's tagged and go find them later. That's not always true because you don't know who's driving that car. We discontinue pursuits if we ever get, like, let's say it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The guy wants to take off running down city streets. We're not going to chase that guy because you got the liability to the public, himself, yourself. We're not going to chase for that. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there's not that many cars on the road. We'll keep troopers.
Explain to the jurors again why you didn't immediately turn on your lights and siren when you had determined either through radar gun or personal observation that you felt the white sedan was speeding.
So, like I said, I try to, when I turn the blue lights on, I like to semi-control where we pull over because I've worked the area for years. I've also been hit by 3 cars while working in Atlanta on the interstate. So turning the camera on before the blue lights comes on allows me to talk about what I'm observing, which car I'm watching, what he's doing that brought him to my attention. And then when you hit the blue lights, it's initiate a traffic stop. Once he flees, that is when the siren comes on.
In the footage we saw and heard, you referred to both people in the car as suspects. Why did you use that term as opposed to bodies or people or friends?
Because at the time, a crime has been committed. And these are the people that have been involved in that crime. They are suspects of who did it, if that makes sense.
Did you ever confirm or learn, I don't know if you personally, confirmed if any of the 3 individuals who had been in the car had an elevated blood alcohol level?
Check, no. So when we conduct the DUI investigation, things we go off of, what you can see, what you can smell, what you hear. So as far as like an alcohol DUI goes, you smell the odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from the car, their breath. You're going to be checking eyes, bloodshot, watery eyes. How's their speech? Is it slow? Is it slurred? How do they walk? Do they have gated ataxia? Things of that nature. And due to the nature of this crash, I was unable to check any of those things.
At no point did you appear to touch any of the individuals in the car. Is that a policy thing?
So as far as the crash and me touching them is, number one, I don't know the severity of their injuries. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse. But after a big crash, the last thing you want to do is go start moving people, especially with me not having any idea what's wrong with them.
From your experience handling serious motor vehicle accidents, can motor oil get on people in the car regardless of where they're seated, or does that indicate where they might be in the car?
So that would be a question for the next guy, because he works a lot of serious injury and fatality crashes.
The skirt people would be the ones to talk to about that, not you. Okay. Describe as best you can recall where you observed Mr. Poole's legs to be when you were observing him. You already testified, look, at first I just saw his shoulders and his head. See that as well.
Right.
You said later on when you got down, you could see more. Tell the jurors where you saw his legs to be.
So they were essentially stretched out across the front compartment. He was laying on his back on the ceiling of the vehicle, stretched out towards the leg area of the driver compartment of the vehicle.
How would you describe the condition of the driver's side of the car? We've seen a lot of the passenger side. That's sort of where you parked and where the camera was focused. What would we see in terms of the condition of the driver's side?
I mean, it was a little banged up. There was nothing compared to the front passenger side of the car.
Do you recall where you were in the accident scene when you encountered Joe Connors?
So, like I said, my dash camera records straight out of my windshield. Okay, that camera was recording the scene. Joe Connors the ambulance were off to the right of the scene of that crash.
Did you ever determine any link between the firearm that was recovered at the scene and any of the occupants of the car?
So that was a good question. So when we check a firearm through GCIC, it gives us very minimal information on the gun. So when you run the gun, if it's not stolen, nothing's wrong with it. It's just going to come back and say no record, no issues with the firearm. The only time we get any kind of detailed return is if it has been stolen. And then it'll tell us what agency handled the stolen firearm report, things of that nature, the make, model, serial number of the gun. But it doesn't tell us, like, if we run a firearm, that's not going to tell us who owns it.
Shifting to the hospital, is it standard practice for a trooper to go into a hospital room to try to speak with someone without first talking to medical personnel to make sure that's okay, that you're not gonna put undue stress on them, or if they talk, that could hurt their jaw? I'm giving you hypotheticals, but is there a procedure to check first with medical personnel?
So a lot of times when we go to the hospitals to talk to people that are involved in these crashes, if anything is seriously wrong where they cannot be talked to, they do not need to be talked to, nurse or doctors will tell us, come back an hour or tomorrow, things of that nature.
Tell the jurors the best you remember when you documented your interview with Mr. Poole at Grady. So you told us you went to the hospital sometime after the crash.
Right.
When did you then memorialize that in some form of your report?
So I mean, I can't tell you exactly when I put it in there.
Okay. Does your report have a completion date on it, or how does that work?
Yes. So so the date of the pursuit was when the report was created. And I believe the date is probably about 2 weeks later, is once SCIRT has finished their investigation, then we close out.
So the latest you would have memorialized it would be the date of that report. It could have been, are you able to add things day 1, day 4?
Yes. So when you do a report, if you need to take a break, you can transmit it to the server unfinished, which then allows you to check it back out and finish working on it where you left off. But as soon as you submit it to be approved by a supervisor, as soon as that button's hit, we are no longer allowed to interact with the report.
Do you recall if anyone else was with you in the room, the hospital room with Mr. Poole when you had the conversation you had with him?
I do not remember, no.
Tell the jurors what a warrant is. You talked about serving warrants, getting warrants. What's a warrant?
So a warrant is like I said, he was released from my custody and left at the hospital to receive treatment. So a warrant is if I wanted to charge him with A, B, C, and D, I had to go before a judge, explain what happened, why I thought he should be charged with A, B, C, and D, and explain the events that had happened in order for him to be charged with these charges. Usually do them with all felony charges. And the judge has to approve of your probable cause for the warrant, why you're getting the warrant, so on and so forth before he'll even sign it. Once he signs it, a warrant is essentially like I said, he was supposed to turn himself into the jail and he did not. And the warrant is basically saying if another police officer comes in contact with him, take him into custody because he needs to be taken to the jail.
Why did you, after you obtained the warrants from the judge, not go put handcuffs on Mr. Poole?
Like I said, he was receiving pretty extensive medical treatment. And it was just, I won't say easier, but it was better to just let him know, hey, look, you need to get all your injuries figured out. Once they release you from here and say you're okay, then you need to turn yourself in.
And your testimony is that you had that would be your second conversation at the hospital with Mr. Poole. You said, I got warrants for you. You need to turn yourself in.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell anyone in your chain of command that after you got the warrants, you were going down to Grady Hospital to inform Mr. Poole that there were these warrants and that he'd need to turn himself in upon release?
Yes. So once we take the warrants, we have to physically take them to our dispatch, wherever you work, you got to take it to your dispatcher. And they have to manually input these warrants into the system so that if another police officer encounters him, it'll show that he has them.
And you obtained the warrants, not day 1 or day 2, but a little ways down the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason you didn't seek to have Mr. Poole relocated at Grady from wherever he was, once you got the warrants, not day 1, but once you got the warrants, to one of these holding areas in Grady where he wouldn't have been free to leave upon his release?
So, like I said, those holding areas, they're cells and they're small. And he was receiving treatment And it was, I guess, I don't want to say compassionate, but it's easier to say, hey, handle what you've got to handle here. Get all your injuries treated and looked at. When you get released from here, you need to turn yourself. Because if not, like I said, we have warrants. We can come get you or somebody else. If they come in contact with you, we'll take you into custody and take you to the jail.
Do you know when Mr. Poole was discharged from Green?
I do not know.
Mr. Abadi, anything more for Trooper Clark?
Nothing to say.
Mr. Miller?
I'm going back to the, the reports. You said until that report, is it until it's finalized by a supervisor or until you send it to that supervisor? You cannot make any more changes to it.
So, like I said, if I'm still working on it, but need to have it transmitted so it doesn't get deleted or anything, I can submit it unfinished, which still gives me access to pull the report, finish typing on it. As soon as it gets sent in, you check it in. It's called check-in finished, which then submits a report for a supervisor check. At that point, I can no longer interact with the report. Once the supervisor approves it, if we have to go back and add something, not change anything in the report, but like add something to it, you can go back and add stuff to it.
Okay, so after the approval, you can continue to add additional information to a report, correct?
Yes, you can add different things.
All right, and this was approved on April the 19th by Lieutenant Inslee, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so from this day, April 9th until April 19th, you were able to add to this report, correct?
Well, so I don't know the date that because they don't always check it out as soon as you send it in. So it might sit in that space for a couple of days, maybe a week or so before it gets approved.
It says that the narrative portion was completed on it says narrative April the 12th, 2021. Is that when it was started or?
I can't tell you. It was either started or finished on that date.
Well, it can't be finished on that date because in that narrative portion, it says that warrants were secured on 4/16.
Okay.
But there's a date of 4/12 for narrative. So you're saying that that could have been when it was started?
It could have been finished that day. Like I said, if I finish it, I can still transmit it unfinished so that when I need to add anything to it, I can pull it back out.
Gotcha. So you could have wrote this report, submitted it unfinished, and then added the portion about the warrants on the 16th.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Clark.
Thank you.
You're good to go. I get done, whatever report you had, give it back to me.
I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a little choppy right now because we took a break-ish to work through your questions. But I'm gonna give you the afternoon break now where all of you can go use the hallway, the jury room, et cetera. I'll keep it a little shorter because we were down for a little bit working through these questions. So I'll have Deputy Gordon try to get you back in here about 3:40, unless you say no, and then we'll wait a little bit longer for that. Don't talk about the case, no outside research, and we'll pick up with the state's presentation in just a little bit. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
I want to see your keyboard. I want to see your keyboard. It's just like so much to be that.
Judge, how long do you expect this to go?
Today?
Yes.
We'll stop as close to 5 as we can stop. If there's a natural break point at 4:50, we're gonna stop at 4:50. I can't go past 5 today. And if we're mid-witness, I'll push it, but I'm looking to the earlier side today. You can go later tomorrow, but not today.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the state before we break? Mr. Miller?
Okay.
All right, see you guys in a few. Mr. Body, you're leaving. We're just about to start. Okay. We go bring us some cake. All right, let's get back on the record in State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is here in court with his lawyers. Mr. Miller's having his second banana of the day. Mr. Abate, you ready to go? I'll ask Miss Bird. She's not chewing. You ready to go? All right, let's bring the jurors in, please. Mr. Rao shuffles the Doritos in.
All right, the jury. All jurors are present accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Whose birthday is it? Happy birthday, sir. We all urge you. It's a wonderful chorus.
We were talking about making sure if we need to stay late.
Not today.
Well, no, we said, okay, so I didn't have that.
All right, we are going to press on with the state's case. The state's next witness is?
Corporal Jeffrey Oxley.
So face me and raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will be able to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self God. I didn't. Lawyer, now see. Can you state this spelling name for the record?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Judge.
Hello.
My name is Corporal Austin Lee. That's AUSTINLEE, badge number 861.
Good afternoon, Corporal Lee.
Or good
Can you
afternoon.
tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
All right, I'm with the Georgia State Patrol, but I'm currently in the position of Digital Forensics Lab Manager for the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, and how long have you worked how long for the Georgia State Patrol?
Just over 13 years.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your 13 years, you told us how you're currently assigned, where have your previous assignments been, with the Georgia State Patrol?
So when I first came on, I was assigned to Post 51 Gwinnett. That's where I was posted out of. I was basically your road trooper, the one that you see in your rearview mirror when you're speeding, unfortunately. And then from there in 2018, I went to the Specialized Collision Reconstruction Team, C, which is over the Metro Atlanta area, basically charged with investigating serious injury and prosecutable fatalities. And then in November of 2024, I took the position of digital forensics lab manager.
And so can you tell the jurors, so I don't have to do any math, how long you were working with and a part of the skirt team?
So from 2018 to 2024, and in 2021, I became the team leader there.
Tell the jurors, well, first, let's talk about what is the skirt team of the specialized reconstruction collision team? What do they specialize in? What's the purpose?
So the purpose of us is basically to assist troopers. We're providing supplemental investigations for serious injury, prosecutable fatality, crashes. Also, anything that revolves around policy, if it's related to pursuit, in this case it was, we would go out and we would conduct an investigation.
And can you tell the jurors what kind of training and experience, or what kind of training did you get and continue to receive to be a part of that team?
A lot. So I got levels 1 through 5 of accident reconstruction, which is pretty much a basic thing that you would start with. And then from there, you're going to go into things like event data retrieval or crash data retrieval, which is basically imaging devices that are contained in cars, kind of like what some people would call the black box. You become a technician, and I'm also an analyst in that. I have commercial motor vehicle reconstruction, motorcycle pedestrian reconstruction. I am a traffic specialist through the state of Georgia. The list literally goes on and on when it comes to that.
And can you, I know it's a little lot, can you kind of explain to the jurors what specifically what you are taught and actually used from the training? For example, you said levels 1 through 5 accident reconstruction. What are you, I guess, getting trained on?
So basically, the training that we're receiving is applying to the reconstruction of a crash. So anything from vehicle dynamics, physics, calculations, trig. I mean, there's a geometry. I mean, there's a whole slew of things that we're applying to the crash because we're essentially trying to get down, look at physics and the mechanics of that crash and determine how it occurred.
And as a part of that training, do you receive training about, I guess, how occupants in the vehicle react and force affects them on one side of the car?
We do. We receive occupant kinematics training, which is fancy words for saying how does your body react in a crash? It's essentially what it is.
And you said you became the team leader in 2021.
I did.
Tell jurors a little bit about that role and how it differs from being a member of the skirt team.
So you're staying on the same team. I was still over the Metro Atlanta area. Basically what that means, I was the supervisor. I was in charge of 3 other investigators, and I was responsible for checking reports, ensuring that they had all the equipment and training that they needed, and ensuring that that their investigations were thorough to the best of their knowledge.
And can you tell the jurors, as the team leader, are you still actively going to crime scene or accident or collision scenes and utilizing the training that you just talked about as somebody who arrives for skirt?
So as a team leader, yes, I would respond. I was on call 24/7. I was available at any time, day or night, to respond to it. These days, I'm in a totally different role, but in that position, yes, I would absolutely respond and be available to assist.
And you held that position from 2021 until November of 2024?
Yes.
Now, back on April 9th of 2021, were you employed with Georgia State Patrol?
I was.
And were you on call as the skirt leader that night?
I was.
Tell the jurors, did you receive information or were you dispatched to go to a scene here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
So I was dispatched to the scene. Essentially, I received a call that a pursuit had occurred and had ended in a fatality crash near 400 North and Lenox Road.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, I guess, why you were called to the scene and the general area where you traveled to?
So the reason we're called to the scene is for twofold. Number one, it involves per our departmental policy, anytime there's a pursuit that results in serious injury, prosecutable fatality, we're going to respond and do an investigation. And in this case, obviously, our main and primary function is to respond to serious injury and prosecutable fatality crashes. In this case, it's what we had. We had serious injury and a fatality prior to my arrival. The area that we were at, we call it Buckhead. If you're from the area, you know what I'm talking about. It's going to be 400 North at Lenox Road. It's basically where it goes in Cross Street, essentially in that intersection.
And through, I guess, a number of years that you've worked, not only with Georgia State Patrol, but specifically with the skirt unit of GSP, can you approximately how many serious crash things have you responded to?
Hundreds. I think the year that this occurred with 2021, I led or assisted 72 investigations. So, multiply that by, from 2018 to 2024, hundreds of crashes.
A lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the times that you, 72, for example, you just described, are you going to or are you asked to come to those scenes to utilize the training that you talked about here today?
Absolutely.
Are you the member of the team as it relates to Georgia State Patrol for each scene that is tasked with the role of reconstructing or doing an accident reconstruction?
You asked me that one more time. I'm sorry.
When you arrive to the scenes, let's say, for example, the 72 that you described or the one here, is your role to perform an accident reconstruction as it relates to what you see and observe and what you've learned through your investigation?
Yes.
Are you utilizing the same trainings that you described in relation to vehicle dynamics, physics, occupant kinematics, things like that?
Yes.
And those areas of training that you received while you were with the skirt team from 2018 and on, when you were promoted to team leader, do you continue each year to receive additional trainings as it relates to the topic areas of accident reconstruction in general, but specifically to some of the topics you just described?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors prior to testifying here today, have you been qualified as an expert in accident reconstruction and occupant kinematics before?
Yes.
And at this time around, the state lieutenant Corporal Jeffrey Lee as an expert in accident reconstruction and occupant kinematics.
Mr. Miller, do you want to examine Corporal Lee at this time? Do you have any objection having him so qualified?
I like to put out.
Okay.
Corporal Lee,
Sir.
what training have you had regarding kinematics?
Specifically, it's just occupant kinematics. It's kind of an overview of the dynamics that, of the movements that occur with occupants in vehicles.
All right, what's the name of the training that you received?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Like I said, it's occupant kinematics. That's the study of it.
What year was this training done?
To be honest, I couldn't give you a specific date.
You have a certification in kinematics. You cannot tell us when it was done. Is that correct?
Certification.
Not a certification, but you have a training.
I have training in occupant kinematics. Yes.
All right. How many classes did you have in kinematics?
I believe it was one.
Just one?
Yes.
Approximately what year was this?
would have been, gosh, I have been through so much training in my career, I really couldn't tell you, to be honest with you.
Well, but you've been doing this for a while. Would it be in the last year, in the last decade, when
Oh, it was
you were 14?
It would have been within the last 5 or 6 years.
You ever been to medical school?
No, sir.
Have you ever had any medical training?
Only first aid and CPR.
All right, so you're not able to testify to the amount of forces needed to break bones, correct?
No, sir.
The training that you received in crash data retrieval analysis, when was this done?
It was early on in it was early because that's one of the first few classes that we take. I would say probably 2018 probably it would have had to been that because those are usually the early classes.
All right, and been recertified on that, or do you need to be?
You don't have to be.
All right. The traffic recon classes with Georgia State Patrol completed?
Which levels?
I'm sorry, you did already answer that part. And you said that you're current on all your certifications?
I am.
All right. Your Honor, I would not object to him being proffered as an expert in accident reconstruction. However, I would limit any kinematics or anything dealing with bones breaking and how they break. Forces applied to them.
Okay, I think I follow what you're saying. Mr. Vadi, were you planning on asking Corporal Lee about whether any of the forces about which he'll be discussing would have resulted in broken bones as opposed to the way bodies would have moved in the vehicle?
What you described as
The latter?
my intention, yes.
Okay, all right. So two things. One, Corporal, I do find you're qualified as an expert in both fields, accident reconstruction and occupant kinematics. You've taken more courses, it may only be one, than all of us combined. And so you, of all the people in the room, are positioned to talk about what occupant kinematics are. But I would caution the state, it sounds like they're not going there. They shouldn't be asking you to offer an expert opinion on whether something would have caused a bone to break. It doesn't sound like that's the kind of thing you talk about anyway. Okay.
And Corporal Lee, let me ask you this question. Is occupant kinematics a part of what you do in accident reconstruction?
Absolutely.
Like a part and parcel?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jurors specifically when you arrived on scene, Georgia 400 and Lennox Road, what are the first kind of steps that you took as it relates to your part of the skirt investigation?
All right, so usually what I'm going to do, and this is pretty typical of every investigation, we're going to go out to the scene. We're going to meet with the officers who are there. Then we're going to walk through the scene. And it's important to walk through the scene first and foremost because we want to get an idea. How did this crash occur? That's what we're trying to figure out. How did this crash occur? So we want to look at the roadway evidence first. By doing that, as we do that, what we're going to do is we're going to walk through. We're going to take photographs. We may take a video. We may use spray paint to mark or highlight evidence that we deem relevant to our crash. Once we walk through the scene, because again, you know, the crash didn't start where it ended. It started way back here, right? It started somewhere else. So when we're walking through, then once we have our complete walkthrough, we're going to start looking at the vehicle. Okay, we want to look at damage profiles. We want to look and see if, you know, there's anything that we need to be looking for. And then we'll go beyond that. We'll talk more to the officers at the scene to get more information. You know, why is this vehicle like this? What happened prior? Things of that nature. And then after that, we'll go into digital evidence, videos, and then, you know, CDR, crash data retrieval. But that's not anything that we're going to do at the scene. The latter part.
Okay, and I want to show you the remark that stated that 132. And you let me know if you recognize statement of 132.
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It is a USB drive, and I believe this is a walkthrough video of the crash scene.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review the contents of State 132?
I have.
Does it fairly accurately depict the walkthrough of the scene at Lennox Road and Georgia 400, your exit 2 that you described you did on April 9th, 2021?
It does.
I'm out of the state, 10 number mark states that 132 of that list.
No, admitted. Admitted.
And nothing, he's looking at buildings out there. Okay, on the screen before you, do you see State Exhibit 132?
Yes.
And is this the video that you described that you initially do as it relates to each scene that you are asked to respond to?
Yes. Quick question. If I hit the stay muted button, is that?
Yes, please, hit
I
stay
was-
muted.
I was
I don't
about to
know why
say,
that keeps
it's like
coming
darked
up.
out my screen and I'm just making
Yeah.
sure that I can
Wants to be able to
see.
see it. Is it, again, the glare? Should I lower?
So kids.
Now, the area that you are walking, can you tell the jurors, I guess you see the orange marks that you have, I guess, followed as it relates to the crash scene that you arrived to. Can you tell the jurors who put those marks there and what's their purpose?
Yeah, I would put those marks there. And what I'm trying to do is, like I told you earlier, I'm trying to highlight that evidence. We're trying to go from where this, remember we said the crash starts somewhere back here, didn't it? It didn't start here, it ended here. So we want to start and find out where that crash was going and how it's happening. What we're looking at is we're looking at high-speed marks that are coming in, tire marks, and we're going to highlight those with marking paint, okay? Because marking paint stays on the road a lot better. I mean, we all drive around here, we see it all the time than tire marks do because there's a lot of traffic. So we want to highlight that evidence to ensure that it's there when we go back and if we are going to map it. We are going towards the area of impact, okay? Again, when I do an accident reconstruction, the first thing I want to do is I want to see the scene. I want to try to walk through that crash. I want to see what happened. So again, I'm going to start from where I first see marks, and then I'm going to walk straight to the area of impact. And then I'm going to walk beyond that to see what the aftermath of that crash was going to be.
And is that what we're looking at here? I'd stop the video at 1 minute and 12 seconds in. Is this where you're walking towards where the aftermath of the wreckage of the crash here? Okay.
It is.
And when you arrived at Corporal Lee, were there other officers on scene that were from other law enforcement agencies, Atlanta Police Department, Grady, the Atlanta Fire Department, things of that nature?
Yeah, there was quite a few officers there.
And can you tell the jurors, when do you start your part of the skirt investigation in, I guess, in conjunction with the things that are already going on when you arrive on scene?
I'm going to start my investigation as soon as I arrive. So I want to, again, I want to start wrapping my head around how this crash occurred. So that's when I will start the investigation.
When you arrived, can you tell the jurors had it's the area of the collision scene had been secured?
It had.
Right, and can you tell the jurors why that's important and what it means as what secured means in relation to what you do?
So no different than any crime scene. This is what this is. This is a crime scene. We want to cordon this area off to ensure that evidence is not contaminated. And what that means is, people going out there kicking stuff out of the roadway or, messing with different, items that could be of evidentiary value. It's very important to us. So basically what we do is just rope off the scene using caution tape or police vehicles to ensure that nobody comes in and out of that scene.
And can you tell the jurors, part of the training that you received, as well as your number of years in responding to these scenes, do you ever utilize a drone to take aerial video of the entire crime scene when it's a large one?
Absolutely.
And did you do that as it relates to when this area off of Lennox Road, 400, when you responded on April 9th?
I did.
And I want to show you what's been marked as 133. You recognize the USB drive in State Exhibit 133.
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's a USB drive that contains a video of a drone overview of the scene the night of the incident.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review that video that's contained in State Exhibit 133 prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And did the video on the USB drive fairly and accurately depict the drone video you took of the scene on April 9th of 2021?
It did.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 133 and evidence. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
No objection.
Admitted.
While we're doing that, I just want to show you State Exhibits 7 through 67. I apologize. Yes, ma'am. And in your review of States Exhibits 7 through 67, do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize them and what they are?
These are the photographs of the scene that I took after my arrival.
And do the photographs in 7 through 67 fairly and accurately depict, are they copies of the actual photographs you took?
They are.
Stand around to the state with tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 7 through 67.
No objection.
7 through 67 are admitted.
And corporately, you're gonna publish States Exhibit 133, and you as the complainant kind of walk the jury through what they're seeing, and it's the path of travel that your drone is taking.
I'm gonna piggyback off y'all's.
Can you just speak to the microphone, sir?
I apologize. I'm gonna piggyback off of their screen because it's not as laggy. so it's a little bit easier to see if that's okay.
Okay, just if you're gonna be answering questions, make sure you speak up extra loud because you'll be away from the microphone if you're using the big screen.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at here?
Okay, so essentially this is a drone flight and it's a video of the scene. This would be coming away from where my vehicle was parked, which would have been on the southbound ramp to Georgia 400. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to maneuver the drone into position to give you the path of travel.
Okay. And the path of travel that you're referring to as is the exit kind of goes towards the middle of what's Levitt Road and where the exit ends. Is that the path of travel the vehicle can?
It is.
Okay. And is this, I guess, an overview or an aerial view of the video you did as with your own camera?
It is.
Are they both ways or different ways or different views of the path of travel of the vehicle?
They are.
Okay, so I want to show you. So I want to ask you, you talked about taking the initial videos, the scene video, states of 132 for an example. You describe those as not for the purpose of accident reconstruction. Can you tell the jurors what is the, because you're determining this, I guess, the path of travel, what are your next steps in using additional things that you were trained on as it relates to vehicle dynamics and things of that nature as you begin the next part of your process?
So the purpose of taking that video again, I want to go into a scene and understand how this crash occurred. It's the first thing the whole purpose of reconstruction is to reconstruct the crash, right? So I want to go into it saying, I saw the path of travel. I saw how this vehicle was going in. I see the damage on it. And what it does for me is it kind of encapsulates or documents that scene for me so that if I need to come back at a later date and, understand what I saw, because again, we have a lot of cases going on at one time. We want to make sure that we have all the relevant documentation available at this point. So
I want to start with I think it's 18 and 19. Now, in states, I'm going to start with states that are 19, so I apologize. In states 19, can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the exit off of Georgia 400, are we looking north or south on the exit ramp?
we're looking north.
Okay. And if you see in the middle of states that are 19, there's the flares, the lights that you can see in the middle of that exhibit.
I can.
Can you tell the jurors, if you were to continue to go left, where would that take you off of the exit in that area on Lennox Road?
It would essentially just continue on Lennox Road, westbound.
Okay, does that take you towards Piedmont Road?
It does.
And then if you were to go right in State Exhibit 19, can you tell the jurors what area of Lennox Road, Buckhead, would that take you towards?
If I remember correctly, it would take you back towards like Peachtree, I believe so.
Would it take you in the direction of Lennox Mall or Phipps Plaza?
It would.
Okay. And then in States 18, can you tell the jurors, this photograph, what, I guess, what angle or Where are you on the scene, on that exit as it relates to this photograph?
This is southbound, so it's the north exit ramp, but I'm looking southbound because I'm just basically taking a general overview shot of where the vehicle was coming from.
You said from where the vehicle's coming from?
Where it was coming from.
And if we were to continue to, if you see the, I guess the middle right-hand area of State Exhibit 18, where you see the last flare, if you continue to travel north, would that take you to the rest of what we saw on State Exhibit 19?
It would.
Now, in State Exhibit 21, do you see on the screen the kind of black tar-looking marks on the exit roadway?
I do.
Explain to the viewers, what is that, and is that all related to why you were there on April 9th of 2021?
And you're specifically, just so I'm clear, you're specifically speaking of the tar that's
Yeah.
lifted. Yeah.
And see these marks right here, the kind of the black kind of tar marks, are those related to this collision, or is it from something else?
It's from something else, probably a road repair. I was speculating.
And in State Exhibit 21, do you see, I guess, the beginning of the spray paint, the orange spray paint you talked about that you painted onto the road?
Do I see it?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
And can you tell the jurors, what is the purpose of that spray paint? I know it's permanent, right?
It's not permanent, but it does last a lot longer than tire marks would. This is essentially just to highlight evidence at a scene.
Okay, and I guess what evidence is it highlighting as it relates to this scene and the reconstruction that you're doing?
These are tire marks that I'm highlighting leading up to the crash scene.
Can you, if I'm gonna zoom in, can you kind of show the jurors a circle on the screen above you? Obviously, we see the spray paint, but in this photograph, are you able to see the tire marks that you're highlighting with the spray paint?
I'm trying to see. It's hard to see. It's like glare a little bit. Yes, I can see them. I don't have, I'm trying to pull the pin up. It's saying I can't do it while you're sharing. Oh, it's on that side. Got me. So you can see right here, this is gonna be kind of hard. I'm gonna try my best to help you guys. If you look right here, and I'm gonna draw a line right through it. Keep looking going forward. So forward of this position here, going at the, well, it's really crappy. If you're going forward of that position, if you'll kind of see, you'll see a tire mark. And if you follow that line, you'll see a very thin tire mark.
Can you, and this may sound like a dumb question, but what creates the tire marks that you are highlighting with the spray paint?
So again, it's friction between the roadway and bituminous material heating up, which is what tires are made out of, essentially. These are pretty thin because if you're doing a high rate of speed and it's trying to turn. So they would be there. That's why you see that they're very thin.
Okay. And in Exhibit 22 and 23,
can I hit a trash can?
yes.
There.
Yours, I'd be looking on State Exhibit 23. Do you see, I guess, spray paint markings in the middle of this exhibit?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, does that represent similar tire marks that you described in this photograph?
Yes.
You explain to the jurors how you were able to associate tire marks as it relates to the ones we saw in State Exhibit 21 as we move closer into the point of impact in State Exhibit 23.
So again, in my approach, what I'm gonna do, and I'm walking through the scene, right? I want to walk through the scene because I want to see what happened in this collision. So just not just walking through it going towards the crash, but now I'm going to walk away from the crash. And the reason for that is because you may not see things, obviously it's dark outside. What we're training, there's a technique, we kind of hold our flashlight at a specific angle to highlight this off the roadway. And when we do that, we'll see tire marks better. So what we can do is we can walk both directions, one way and the other way. We want to ensure we don't miss anything. So That's how I came to understand that these specific tire marks were related to this specific crash.
Okay. And in states, as you walked the crash, now stop on States 28, but in the photographs that we could see in State Exhibit 24 into State Exhibit 28, is it just the continued path of travel that you were able to identify that this vehicle took before the point of impact?
It is.
Can you explain to the jurors where, based on your investigation, was this point of impact of this vehicle initially?
So the area of impact is going to be the wall that you see ahead of you. I'm going to draw on it really quickly. We're looking about in here. That's going to be your area of impact.
State Exhibit 51. Can you tell the jurors in this photograph as it relates to the point of impact, based on what you were able to see and observe in your training and experience, I guess the point of impact and then what happened to the vehicle after it impacted the concrete wall?
All right, so what you're seeing here is you're seeing scuffing on the wall, but more importantly, you're seeing wheel marks, gouges. What we're looking for with gouges is when the tire stops making contact with the roadway, and now we're on metal, right? Well, we can say that this vehicle was this sidewalk was probably almost even, if not a little bit elevated compared to the vehicle. So as it's going into the crash, it's going to hit with the wheels first, which is probably going to rapidly deflate the tire, and you're going to start seeing chipping or gouging like this on that on the sidewalk or concrete, asphalt, whatever material it's hitting. So that's what we're looking at here, and that's how we're able to determine where that first tire is going to make impact, or is where it's going to hit. Once it hits that, you see scuffing, and I'm going to go. I'm just for ease of use, I'm going to start talking here, and I'm going to work my way this way. Okay. So you see that scuffing, that's the bottom of the vehicle going up on the, and I'm using my hands, I apologize, but I talk and use my hands, but it's going up onto that sidewalk. And that's why you see fluid trail there as well. All right. We all know what's under our vehicle. There's transmission, there's engine components. Automatically starts leaking fluid because we're going to break that. All right. And then the next thing, if you look over here, you'll see it's just a slight mark, but it's not much, but you're going to see just slight mark from where that other tire is going to hit. Okay. Then you're going to go into it and you're going to be at, what's it? I know it's really hard to draw an arrow here. Let me see if I can do this. Something like that. That's your angle that you're kind of going into it.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, line you drew as it relates to the angle pointing in the direction of impacting the concrete wall? Do you see on the actual concrete wall there's I'll say black and like white silverish markings on the wall? Can you explain to the jury, based on your training and experience, what causes that or how that's created on that wall based on your investigation?
And we got to think this is a heavy projectile that's going to hit a hard object, right? And we know concrete's hard, but it's not impervious to cracking and breaking, and that's what you're going to see here. All right. Well, this silver stuff that you're seeing here is that car going into it because it's coming up. It's going to come up a little bit. It's going to vault just a smidge, or it's going to pop the front end up. I guess is an easier way to say that. And it's going to hit with the front, and then it's going to slide because it's going to go into. We start getting a little deeper into the conversation, but basically, it's going to go in there with everything it's got force wise. Once it either equals out or overcomes that force, it's either going to continue or it's going to change directions. It kind of goes to Newton's laws for us. You know, we learned them as kids, right? You know, objects in motion are going to stay in motion until they're acted by an external or outside force, right? And that's what we're seeing here. It's going to hit that wall, and now it's giving all its energy away, and the wall's giving some energy back. So it's going to shift where it's going.
Okay. And when, I guess, the energy from the wall shifts back, can you tell the jurors generally what happens to a vehicle?
I mean, you're going to see crush. I mean, you're going to see crush damage. Yes, especially in a significant hit like this, you're going to see significant damage.
And in State Exhibit As you walked the scene and as you got to the area of where you determined was the point of impact, can you tell the jurors as did you observe anything as relates to a person or a body?
I did.
And can you explain to the jurors, based on your walking the direction of travel to the point of impact, and as we saw in your video towards where the car came to a rest, what you were able to ascertain or make sense of based on your training and experience as it relates to the individual found in States Exhibit 52.
And so it's just kind of a multi-tiered answer. So, speaking with, the troopers at the scene after we do this walkthrough, we determined there's an ejection during the crash, right? And, this is consistent with an ejection is what we're seeing here, especially where we have the blood trail that you're going to see. It lined up with the information that was given to me. And that's how, obviously, we got to that conclusion.
And as it relates to the point of impact that you described in Stacy 51, can you approximate or tell the jury about how far is the deceased male that we see in Stacy 52 from the point of impact?
Not far. To give an approximation, just looking at this right now, from initial area of impact, probably 8 to 10 feet. Not very far.
Now, let's talk a little bit about point of impact and talk a little bit about force and Newton's laws. Can you explain to the jurors a little bit about what it means when you say, or the term principle of force, things of that nature?
So, crashes are complex, but we can always rely on things like Newton's 3 laws, right? Objects in motion, inertia, acceleration, and then action and reaction. When it relates to this accident, we're talking about something that also corresponds with that, which is principal direction of force, or PDOF, right? That is where the force is coming from, right? And in this case, the wall is giving a lot more force than the car is, right? Because the wall didn't move, right? The wall's still intact. Well, the car had to give. Something had to give, because if you're trying to meet force with force, you've either got to overcome it, or you're going to have to give into it, one or the other. And that's where we bring in these laws into accident reconstruction.
And looking at State's Exhibit 4, based on what you were able to determine as, I guess, the path of travel and the point of contact, and explain or using what you just explained as about the principal direction of force, can you explain to the jurors, and looking at State's Exhibit 4, I guess, you talked about the point of impact on the wall, but where is the point of impact on the vehicle as it relates to this photograph?
All right, so I'm going to use my hand. I'm sorry, it's all I brought with me today. If this is our wall, right, we're gonna say that this is our wall here. As we're coming in, we're obviously coming northbound, but we're trying to make a left-hand turn. We're going to be going in this direction. So the car is going to hit at a slight angle. Essentially, as it's going up, it's going to hit just about like this. So that's going to be your front right bumper is going to be what makes contact. Now, the whole vehicle is going to hit. We know that, but what's going to come into contact essentially first is going to be this, and then it's going to rotate around.
And can you tell the jury, in speaking with, did you speak with Trooper Clark prior to your walkthrough and starting the process of your investigation through the skirt scene?
Usually I take the trooper that's involved and I walk through the scene with them as they're explaining to me the circumstances surrounding.
And in speaking with Trooper Clark, did he talk to you about speeds and speed that he was able to identify the driver of the vehicle going.
He did. He indicated that he checked the driver at a high rate of speed prior to this pursuit ensuing.
And then he talked to me about, I guess, his speeds as he pursued the vehicle.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with what you're
Did
asking.
he tell you he had to go fast in order to keep up with the vehicle?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And can you, I guess, tell the jurors, based on what you were able to ascertain first speaking with Trooper Clark, and then the things that you were observing as that you were on scene, or while you're on scene, how that, I guess, affects your analysis as it relates to speed and the principal direction of force and things of that nature?
Yeah. It's speed is obviously going to amplify the crash. I mean, it doesn't take a reconstructionist to tell you that. Speed will amplify any crash that you're involved in.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your training, the point of impact on the vehicle, you said it was the front right side, how that angle, as it relates to what you've been trained on, would affect occupants in a vehicle?
All right. So when we talk about principal direction of force, which we did, it's basically where's that force coming from is where are you going. When they hit that wall at that angle, the force is being generated. Sorry, I'm going to point you out, unfortunately, but from like me to you, and hopefully you guys can see what I'm saying. If I'm in the driver's seat, the force is coming from me to you. Okay. And so everything I've got is going towards you. Okay. And the reason for that is because when I hit that wall, I'm giving everything I got away, right? You ever hit somebody that's bigger than you, they didn't move very much? It's the same principle with this wall. This wall's not going to move. So that wall's going to hit me even harder coming back, right? I don't specifically recall that I'd have to have the report in front of me, but with the airbag control module, the delta V was super high. And the reason for that, and that's the change in velocity. I'm sorry, I got a little ahead of myself, but that's the change in velocity that you're going to feel in milliseconds. Imagine redirecting yourself in milliseconds. You can't blink that fast. That's why your airbags come out before you can even hold them in there, right? It's because they're coming out that fast. So imagine this thing happen in milliseconds. You're not going to really be able to hold yourself in the seat. So if I'm coming to you, guess where I'm coming? Coming to you. So I'm going at that angle. I'm coming straight to you.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked states 137. You'll let me know if you recognize state 137.
I recognize it.
And can you tell the jurors how do you recognize states 137?
This is a crash data retrieval report. We talked about earlier the airbag control module, like the black box in your car is what some people call it. Well, it's not like an airplane box. It doesn't record your voice, but it records information about the vehicle as you operate it.
And it states that 137 is a fair and accurate copy of the black box data or the airbag control module data that you were able to get from the 2017 white Q50 owned by the defendant.
It is.
And the state tender was marked state 137.
No objection.
137 is admitted.
Just to follow up, the last thing that you kind of explained as it relates to principal direction of force. Is it fair to say that the principal direction of force of this vehicle was forward and to the right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your training, the principal direction of force of the vehicle is, let's say, 78, it's going 78 miles per hour when it strikes a wall on the front right side of the car. Tell the jurors, based on the things that you talked about, Newton's law, the basic things that relate to statistics, what happens to the occupants in a vehicle? Let's say driver, front seat passenger, and then a rear passenger.
All right. So we're talking about principal direction of force. Give me one second. I want to pull to this event specifically. We're talking about principal direction of force. You used as an example earlier. Okay. I'm hitting this wall at this angle and I'm coming to you. I'm still coming, like I'm coming that way. I have to. Because what's occurring is all the force in that vehicle, there's several crashes that occur within a crash. There's the car, and there's the occupant, and then there's the internal organs that you have in your body. 3 crashes, okay? The car is going to crash. If you're going 60 miles an hour in that car, how fast are you going? You're going 60 miles an hour. Your body is, right? You ever slam on the brakes? Go forward. You're going to where that force is resisting you, correct? No different than principal direction of force. If you're going into that turn and you're going in at that angle and you hit, you're going straight. You're going straight to where that force is until an external force changes your direction, okay? And that's something to consider. So specific to this, to what I mentioned earlier about the CDR data, what we found was longitudinally, which is front to back, laterally, left to right, negative 50 miles an hour. And that happened in 185 milliseconds. Do the math on that. That's like 0.00. It's not even a tenth of a second. So imagine giving away 50 miles an hour that you have currently. You don't have it, especially if you're coming towards that wall. That wall is going to beat you every time. All right. So you're going toward it. So I'm kind of rambling. But long story short, I guess I should say is, as they're going into this crash, when they hit that wall, they're all going that direction. It's the reason that the ejected passenger is out the window. Nothing stopping him. Passenger that's in that front passenger seat, there's nothing stopping him but a window. And I don't know if you know this, but windows are made out of glass. You know, they're going to break. They're going to give. Driver has a driver compartment. Something's trying to keep him in, right? 2 things that I always say to people when they buy vehicles. Manufacturers have 2 things in mind: user experience and safety. The more times they can keep your butt in the seat, the less their liability is, the less lawsuits they got to face, right? So that's why they build these compartments the way they do. And basically, long story short, to kind of to end the PDOF that I'm speaking of, when they hit that wall, they gave a lot of force away, and then they got return fire, essentially. It came right back to them what was left, because that energy has to dissipate somewhere. And that's the reason when that car hit at that angle, it continued, went around, and then overturned to come to final rest. I'm sorry. I did that a little quick. I'm sorry, I did it too quick. Comes at an angle. It's going to hit it. Got to dissipate that energy, right? So the rear end is coming around. Just how about this? I'll make this easy on you. I'm going to hit the wall like this. I'm the driver. The car, and this is, I'm just going to do the car. I'm not going to actually be the driver, but the car is going to rotate around like this, and it's going to overturn the truth. And that's how we get to final rest.
And you said, I think, 2 most important things for manufacturer, you said, is user performance, or user experience, and keeping you in your seat.
Mm-hmm.
You tell the jurors, based on your review of the crash data retrieval information you described, and just general knowledge and seeing the vehicle, what things inside of that vehicle did the manufacturer have to keep an occupant in his or her seat?
So the occupants are obviously going to put some main things that we all know. Seatbelt, number 1 thing. Your airbags are the number 2 thing. But they also build driver compartments, right? They build passenger compartments. You ever notice why they don't really have bench seats anymore? It's because they don't want you sliding all around. They want you to stay where you're at. The whole point of a crash, if you surviving that crash, is providing a crumple zone for that to absorb some of that blow. And then the airbags are going to help. The seatbelt's going to help. And then that compartment they build you in.
Okay. And can you tell the jury this relates specifically to, in this vehicle, the driver's compartment? Can you, for lack of better words, what barriers, I guess, are present in this driver's compartment and between the driver and the point of impact on, the vehicle or force in which it's going, which would be to the front, to the right, that you were able to see.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you want me to describe the compartment itself?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a really long question.
You're
So
good.
in the driver, if the driver is seated in his, or her, seat where a driver sits, what barriers, I guess, or what things in that vehicle, in this vehicle, would keep a driver in the seat if the principal direction of force is going front and right?
So we're going to think about the contour, everything from the contours of the seat. You know how you have little ribs on the side of your seat? We're going to talk about where the steering wheel placement is, and we're also going to talk about that center console. That creates the divide for us, right? We all have one pretty much in all of our cars, whether you drive an SUV or you drive a car like this, which has a smaller compartment. I would say it's probably 100 cubic feet. I mean, it's not very large. Sedans are usually smaller compartments.
And does the center console, does it act as a barrier?
It does.
Does the infotainment or the radio and all the electronic things that I guess move up from the center console into the dash area, does that act as a barrier?
Absolutely could.
Then can you tell the jurors, this car specifically, the driver's seat, does it it's in itself act as a barrier based on how low, I guess, the seat kind of sat within the driver's compartment?
Yeah.
And does the steering wheel act as a barrier?
Absolutely.
Well as, I guess, the area that's above someone's knees when they're seated in the driver's compartment?
Yes.
And based on your training and knowledge, can you tell the jurors, based on the principal direction of force that you described, with those barriers, whether you have a restraint belt on or not, act to keep you in the front or driver's compartment of that vehicle?
Obviously, a seat belt's going to do wonders for you. But yeah, they're building this little cocoon around you to essentially keep you where you are. That's what they're trying to do, is keep you in the city, keep you in the car.
And can you describe for the jurors, you said the car was landed upside down. Through your review of the materials, did you watch the dash cam of Trooper Clark?
I did.
And from watching the dash cam and doing the scene walkthrough and the spray painting and the measurements that you were able to do, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, what happened after the car collided with the wall?
So again, like I kind of did my little swivel in the chair movements. When that car goes in, based on this report, and I'm not going to get too deep into this unless asked. There's steering input, right? Driver steering hard left, right? He's trying to go. They're trying to make that turn. Right? You can't go straight into a brick wall. It doesn't work out most times. You got to go left or you got to go right. Right? As this car is going in there, again, I'm trying to line it up and make it as simple as possible. We're going to go to the northbound ramp. We're going to be getting off. We're taking that left, right? We're going to be heading northwest. As we're going northwest, we're going to hit that wall at a slight angle with the front right. With the front right, it's going to be our initial area of impact here. As we do, we're giving that energy away. We've talked about that, right? We're giving that energy away. And what we're going to do is when that energy dissipates, that wall is going to give us energy back, right? An equal and opposite reaction, right? And we're going to do this off that wall. So we're basically, I'm kind of trying to use my hand as the car. We went in at this angle, now we're doing this. Once we get off of that elevated sidewalk, our car does what? Dips down just a smidge. What's it going to do next? It's going to dig in. It's going over. You have to remember in this crash that the front wheel cracked. Remember, we saw the sidewalk chipped, right? That cracked the front wheel. And if you see the pictures, in this investigation, you'll see that was cracked. When those things dig in, that's called a trip. The car is tripping. No different than when you walk into a stair and you don't pick your feet up, you're going over. It's the same principle here. So this car didn't overturn 18 times. Once the energy started dissipating, it rolled over on its top and it stopped.
Now, I want to show you page 4 of the CDR report. Now, prior to or after you walked the scene, did you get this report via search warrant? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Late for me, I'm sorry.
Did you get the what?
Stop working. My brain is stuck.
No, you're good.
The report that you're looking at, how are you able to obtain that report? Did you have to do a search warrant prior to?
Do a search warrant, yes.
And can you tell the jurors prior to the search warrant being done, did you have the vehicle from the incident location transferred from the middle of the road?
Absolutely.
And was that done by a towing or wrecking service?
It was done by one of the ones that we have on what we call a rotation. It was Fudo's Wrecker Service.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, after the wrecker service is called, what happens next as it relates to the vehicle being transferred to, I guess, the Fudo's lot, for example?
So the Georgia State Patrol does not have a secure lot like one singular lot. Obviously, we're a statewide entity, so we have to rely on our partners to have secure record storage. What we're going to do from there is we are going to put a criminal investigative hold on that vehicle. Once we do that, the companies wait until we give the thumbs up. Hey, you can release that vehicle. No one is supposed to retrieve anything from that vehicle, be in that vehicle, do anything with that vehicle until we are complete with our investigation.
And can you tell the jurors what you just described? Did that happen in this case?
In this case, we did. We applied a criminal investigative hold. And I'm not sure the circumstances were surrounding it. However, some sort of legal paperwork or something came to Fudo's and their clerks and family members or whatever the party was.
Hearsay?
I'll ask a more specific question.
Okay.
Through your investigation, when you applied for the search warrant, so how soon after did you get the search warrant as it relates to the car being transferred from Lennox Road to Fudo's lot?
I don't recall a specific date. I would have to see the warrant, but within a few days.
And once you obtained the warrant, do you remember or recall going to Fudo's on the 16th of April to attempt to get the crash data retrieval information?
I did.
And you're looking at Stacy's at 137. Were you successful?
I was.
Now, can you explain to the jurors how or where in the vehicle you're able to find the black box in order to attempt to retrieve the data you're referring to?
All right, so the airbag control module is different per manufacturer. Everybody's different. Honestly, in today's society, everybody's different. So we want to, normally locating them is, they're going to be probably 2 or 3 different spots. In this case, this was in what we call the center tunnel, right? It's going to be close to the firewall, which is near the engine block, and it's going to be in that center console area under everything and mounted to the vehicle directly. They're essentially trying to place that device in the center of mass of the vehicle.
And but you were able to locate the box that you described. Can you tell the jurors how you were able to retrieve the data, the process that you take?
So we use a product by Bosch. It's called the Crash Data Retrieval Tool. Essentially what this is a software hardware combo where we plug directly into this, and they have several different cables for a wide range of different manufacturers. You plug into it. It has what they call a CAN plus box, and then it will retrieve that into the software and interpret it. It basically extracts it in hexadecimal, which I can't read, and then it turns it into a PDF format that is English essentially.
And can you tell the jurors what's the purpose of having the car transferred to Fudo or by Fudo to their towing lot? Was it so you could obtain a search warrant and attempt to retrieve the CDR data?
It's for a couple reasons, for storage and obtain a warrant and for safety.
And can you tell the jurors, after you finished on the scene reviewing the path of travel, things that you've already talked about in relation to what you saw on scene, can you tell the jurors what was the evidentiary value of the vehicle to you after the car was transferred to Fudo? Does that make sense?
So if I'm answering this question correctly, why is the car itself evidentiary value for me, correct?
Correct.
For my investigation? A couple reasons. Number one, we want to get the CDR out of the car because we want to know what was the dynamics of the vehicle during that crash. What was the human factor, which is the driver? What inputs are they doing? Are they hitting the brakes? Are they hitting the accelerator? Are they steering? You know, that's really pertinent information to a crash reconstruction. All right. The next thing that we want to do is we want to try to do an inspection on that vehicle. We want to look at things like the tires. Were the tires too slick? You know, was there a mechanical defect? Was there the brakes not working that night? All these factors are very important to us, and that's the importance of having that vehicle secure for us.
And in instances, I guess when the vehicle is taken to the record lot or the tow lot, at that, do you have any control over who they let in and out of the vehicle prior to the days that you return with the search warrant?
I don't.
Okay. So tell me anything other than what you just described as it relates to the physical vehicle in order to do the things you talked about with the vehicle dynamics and what the user doing during the crash. Any physical items, you know, shoes, clothes, things of that nature that would be relevant at this point to your part of the investigation for the accident reconstruction?
Not from a reconstruction standpoint, no.
Okay, so let's dive into the CDR.
Let's not. We're gonna need to stop for the day. We shall, just not today. We'll do that tomorrow. That's I think a natural break point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna draw things to a close for Wednesday. We will try to start as close to 9 a.m. Tomorrow as we can. It's dependent on your arrival time. I'm not aware of any inclement weather, so it'll be Atlanta traffic that'll get in your way. But call if something comes up. Otherwise, we'll see you then. No outside research. Assuming you did a great job last night, not talking to people about the case, do another great job tonight and talk about other things. When you get back, we'll have Corporal Lee on the stand, and he will be ready to talk to us refreshed about is it CDR? Is that the 3 letters?
Yes.
The CDR. Great. So thank you. And we will see you in the morning.
All right, adjourned.
We're not quite done. She ran out of court. Anything from the state before we break for the day? Okay, Mr. Miller?
Oh, yeah.
All right, sorry if you had witnesses here today, but let's have them here tomorrow by mid-morning. I know Dr. Henniger is going to testify, I believe he will, after we wrap up with Corporal Lee. But then we'll be pivoting to your case, so you should have folks ready to fill the rest of the day. Okay, all right, thanks, everyone.